Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. You've probably heard of that town in Pennsylvania that's been burning underground for decades. I thought the scariest thing down there would be toxic gas or a sinkhole. I was wrong. There is something in that fire that counts every bone it's given, and it followed me home. I am not saying that to sound dramatic. I am saying it because, right now, the tiles under my feet are warm enough that I can feel the heat through my socks. And this building does not have underfloor heating. My landlord swears up and down it does not. I checked the lease. I checked the boiler room. The heat is not coming from the pipes. It is coming from somewhere below the concrete slab my cheap little apartment is resting on. The place I am sitting in while I type this is nothing special. First floor, end unit, a strip of tired-looking apartments tacked onto the side of a half-empty strip mall in western Pennsylvania. Out my living room window, I can see a Walmart parking lot, a Dollar Tree, and the glowing red letters of a Chinese buffet that always looks like it is about to close but somehow never does. There is a Little Caesars box open on the coffee table, 3 cold slices left, a couple of Mountain Dew cans, my ashtray, my old Dell laptop that sounds like a jet engine whenever I open more than 2 tabs. It is almost midnight. The TV is off. The only sounds in here are the low hum of the refrigerator, the occasional clunk from the heater kicking on, and the highway out past the strip mall. That constant faraway roar you stop noticing until something else goes quiet. I have been a delivery driver most of my adult life. That sound is like white noise to me. I can sleep in the cab of a box truck with a truck stop floodlight blasting through the windshield and reefer trailers rattling all night. What I cannot sleep through anymore are 3 slow, deliberate knocks from underneath my floor. Not the ceiling, not the wall, not the front door. Underneath. Directly under the spot where my bed is, under the shower, under this second-hand dining chair I am sitting on right now. Always the same rhythm. Always 3. Talk, talk, talk. At first I blamed the pipes. This building is old. You can hear your neighbors sneeze. You can hear the couple upstairs fight and then make up in the same 5 minutes. I told myself it was the hot water lines expanding, or the building settling, or the washing machines on the floor below. Except there is no floor below me. I am as low as it gets. Beneath me it is just concrete, dirt, and whatever is burning its way slowly across old mine country. If you listen to a lot of horror stories online, you probably already know the kind of town I am talking about. The pictures make the rounds every Halloween: cracked pavement with smoke leaking out of it, danger mine fire signs, sagging telephone poles in the fog, a little white church on a hill with a graveyard next to it. People love to caption it real-life Silent Hill and talk about abandoned houses and toxic gas and how creepy it must be to walk around out there. I used to think it was creepy in a fun way too. The kind of place you drive through, take a few photos for Instagram, tell a story at the bar about how you saw smoke coming out of the ground like the gates of hell. I used to listen to channels like this one while I drove my late-night routes, nodding along to other people's stories about haunted highways and weird small towns, thinking, man, at least that never happens to me. Then my friend fell through the floor of an abandoned ventilation building and landed in that fire. I watched him hit. I smelled him cook. I saw a wall of blackened skulls exhale in front of me like one giant lung waking up. I saw something stand up in that glowing pit that was not a man, not an animal, not anything that should be able to hold itself together in that heat. And in the middle of all of that, with the skin on my own arm blistering, with my vision going white at the edges, I heard it say my name. It has not forgotten it. I have told some of this to the police. I have told cleaned-up versions of it to a mining inspector, to a doctor, to a therapist who kept using words like trauma response and survivor's guilt. They all wrote it down as an accident in an unsafe, abandoned mine site. One trespasser dead, one injured. Open and shut. Do not go where the signs say you should not go. They did not want to hear about the bones fused into the rock, or the way the heat under our feet pulsed in time with something breathing, or how the knocking started in my hospital room 3 nights later. You might not want to hear about it either. I get that. But you clicked on this, or you let it autoplay while you wash dishes or drive home in the dark. So here we are. I am going to tell you exactly what happened in that burning town, what I brought back in my pocket without realizing it, and what has been moving around underneath my apartment ever since. As I am saying this, as this gets recorded and sent through microphones and wires and speakers into whatever room you are in, my laptop is starting to feel hot against my wrists. The chair legs under me just vibrated, very softly, like something heavy brushed against the underside of the slab. I am not going to stop typing. I need this out of my head. If, at any point while you are listening to this, you hear 3 faint knocks that do not match anything in your house or your car, just pay attention to where they came from. That is all I am asking. Hang on. There it is again. Talk, talk, talk. 1.1. The apartment. Above something warm. I am 34 years old. I drive a beat-up box truck for a living, and I live on the ground floor of the cheapest apartment complex attached to a strip mall in western Pennsylvania. If you walked past my window right now, you would not think, this is where something is wrong. You would just see another tired little rectangle of light in a long row of them. A first-floor corner unit facing a Walmart parking lot and a wind-shredded American flag flapping on a pole by the main road, from where I am sitting. My view is 3 dented pickup trucks parked nose to nose under a flickering sodium streetlight, a Dollar Tree sign humming faintly in the dark, and the glowing red letters of a Chinese buffet that always looks closed until you notice one sad, stubborn, open sign glowing in the window. Beyond that is the highway, just a moving string of headlights and the distant, constant roar of tires on asphalt. Inside, it is exactly what you would expect from a guy who spends more nights sleeping in his truck than in his bed. There is a small fake wood dining table pushed up against the wall, 2 mismatched chairs, and my old Dell laptop in the middle with the charger plugged in at a weird angle so it does not cut out. There is a half-collapsed Little Caesars box on the coffee table with 3 cold slices of pepperoni left, a couple of empty Mountain Dew cans on their sides, an ashtray stuffed with Camel Crush butts, and a TV that is off so it can do that thing where it turns into a dark mirror and reflects the room back at you. The light in here is yellow and a little too harsh, from a ceiling fixture that hums when it is quiet. The walls are that universal landlord beige. The carpet is the kind of brown where you cannot tell if it is stained or just always looked like that. What makes this place different from all the other forgettable ground floor units I have crashed in over the years is not anything you would see in a photo. It is under my feet. Ever since the day I moved in, the floor in this apartment has been wrong. Not by a lot. Not in a way that would make you run screaming or call a contractor. just wrong enough that if you are the one who lives here, you notice it every single night. The first time I felt it was the evening the landlord handed me the keys. It was late September, one of those days where the sky is that flat gray and the air has just started to get that bite that says summer is gone. I had a hoodie on, and I remember thinking it was a little chilly outside. In here, though, when I stepped into the living room with my boots off, the carpet felt warm, not cozy, not like sunlight through the window warm, more like the way a sidewalk feels at dusk after baking all day, a sort of stored heat, seeping up through the soles of my socks. I mentioned it to the landlord in a casual way while he was showing me where the breaker box was. "Is there, like, heated flooring or something?" I asked, trying to sound like I did not care either way. "It feels kind of warm in there." He snorted. "Heated what? No, man. You're over the boiler room. That's all. Pipes run under half this side of the building. It's normal." I wanted to believe him. It was an easy explanation, and I have worked around enough warehouses and old buildings to know some floors just run hot. So I shrugged it off and signed the lease. But the thing about normal heating is that it is predictable. This is not. There are nights when it is below freezing outside, frost on the inside of my truck windshield in the morning, and the floor in here is barely lukewarm. Then there are nights like tonight, where the air is cool enough that I can see a bit of fog in the Walmart lights when someone walks past. And yet the tiles under my chair feel like they have been sitting above an engine block. The sounds in this place do not help, right now. As I type this, the refrigerator is doing its low electrical hum in the kitchen alcove, the compressor kicking on and off with a dull brr thunk every few minutes. Somewhere in the wall, the heater pipes crack and tick as they decide whether they feel like working. Above me, in whatever unit sits on the second floor, someone dragged a chair a few inches and made that nails on a chalkboard squeal you only get from cheap metal legs on laminate. Out past the thin glass of the patio door, the highway sounds like the ocean if you pretend hard enough. Cars hiss by in the wet distance. A semi downshifts with that long, angry groan. Somewhere a siren wails and then fades again. On paper, it is all background noise. I have slept in noisier places. I have mumbled goodnight to my own reflection in gas station restroom mirrors at 3 a.m. and passed out sitting upright in the driver's seat with a truck stop floodlight baking my face. I can handle noise. I am built for it. What gets to me is the quiet spaces between the normal sounds, when you can hear what is underneath them. Every once in a while, when the fridge and heater line up just right and both click off together, there is this little pocket of silence where all you can hear is the faint, faraway highway and the buzzing of the ceiling light. In that tiny gap, I have, more than once, seen something like smoke curl up from the baseboard below the window. Not the big dramatic billows you get from a fire, just a thin, uncertain wisp, like a breath you can almost see. It drifts up from the narrow line where the wall meets the floor, hangs there for a second in the yellow light, and then disappears. The first time, I thought it was dust, or maybe my eyes, tired from too many hours staring at my GPS screen and the road. The second time, I went over and ran my hand along the wall, half expecting to feel heat or find a crack. The drywall was cool, the paint was smooth, but when I leaned in close, there was a smell. Not mildew, not cigarettes, not food. It was sharp and sour. Something between rotten eggs and hot asphalt. Sulfur and melted plastic. The smell of a cheap cable burning in the back of an old TV. and the smoke detector on the ceiling, this yellowed little puck with a 9-volt battery hanging out the side by a wire someone never pushed all the way in, has this habit of giving a single, accusing beep at the worst moments. No light. No real alarm. Just one piercing chirp, like it is trying to clear its throat. I have changed the battery twice. It does not care. Look, I know how this sounds. I drive a beat-up box truck for a living. I eat gas station hot dogs and drink coffee that tastes like burnt cardboard. I sleep in parking lots with my feet on the dashboard. I am not the kind of guy who jumps on the internet to say, "There's something under my floor." Unless I am desperate. I am not religious. I am not into crystals or ghost hunting or any of that. I used to listen to channels like yours on my overnight runs because they made the miles go faster. Not because I thought I would ever be the one writing in. But I have tried ignoring this. I have tried pretending it is just pipes and old wiring, and my imagination chewing on an ugly memory. That worked for a while. Then the knocks started. I have been listening to your channel for a couple of years now. I know the format. People send you emails about weird things that happen to them. And you read them out loud to a bunch of strangers who want to feel scared in a safe way while they fold laundry or drive home from work. I have been one of those strangers, more nights than I can count, parked behind a warehouse at 2 o'clock and watching the glow of my phone screen light up the steering wheel while your voice filled the cab. That is why I am writing this to you and not to the police again, or to the therapist who keeps telling me to reframe the narrative. I need someone who actually listens to horror for a hobby to understand that what I am about to describe is not just in my head. This all started the weekend my friends and I drove out to Ashfield, that coal town everyone calls the real-life Silent Hill. As I type that sentence, the warmth under my feet steps up a notch. It is like someone turned a knob under the slab. The heat pushes up through the thin cushion of the chair, through the rubber soles of my shoes, through my socks, until I can feel the outline of each tile pressing against my skin. And then, from directly beneath the left rear leg of my chair, deep in the concrete where there should be nothing but dirt and rebar, I hear it. Tock. A pause, just long enough for my heart to stumble. Tock. Another pause. Longer this time. Like whatever is down there is enjoying the silence. Tock. 3 knocks. Slow. Deliberate. They do not echo like a neighbor banging on a wall. They come up solid. Dull. As if someone is on the other side of a thick door you did not know you had. I stop typing. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor on the screen blinks at the end of Ashfield, like it is waiting to see what I will do. My eyes go up to the smoke detector. For 1 second, there is nothing. Then the little red light flickers once, and I hear a faint crackle behind the drywall, like plastic warming up, or like something hard but flexible bending farther than it was meant to. The fridge kicks back on with a rumble. The highway roars a little louder outside as a semi passes. Someone upstairs laughs too loud at something on TV. Normal life rushes back in and tries to cover what just happened. But you and I both know it did. If you hear anything while you are listening to this story, I just want you to know I heard it too. Right as I started telling it. 1.2. Why I'm writing to a horror channel. Not the police. If all of this was just about a weird warm floor and a few knocks, I would not be bothering you. I would call maintenance or an electrician, or just move again like I have every other time life got too strange or too heavy. I would not be sitting here writing a full-blown confession to a horror channel. But this is not just about the apartment. This is about the fact that I went into Ashfield with 2 friends and only one of us came back in one piece. And even one piece is doing a lot of work here. You should probably know what the official version of the story looks like. The one that exists on paper. On paper. My friend Kyle died in an abandoned mine ventilation building when a corroded metal floor collapsed under his weight, and he fell into a pocket of extreme heat. Probably connected to the underground coal seam fire that has been burning under that town for decades. On paper. His body could not be recovered because conditions were too dangerous. On paper. I sustained second and third degree burns to my left forearm, shoulder, and part of my chest trying to reach him. On paper. It is a tragic but predictable result of trespassing in a condemned industrial site. There is a report with my name on it, filed with the county. It has words like structural failure, unsafe entry, weather conditions dry, temperature below ground estimated in excess of 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and no foul play suspected. It has diagrams of the building, grainy photos, notes about liability and signage. Nowhere in that report is there a field to write. The wall full of fused skulls moved, or something made of fire and bone stood up and looked straight at me while my friend cooked alive. I tried. I told the sheriff's deputy who took my initial statement in the hospital that there was something living down there, and he gave me that look people give when they are already mentally writing the easiest version of the paperwork. He nodded, said, "Uh-huh," and circled possible hallucinations due to pain and smoke inhalation on his form. He was not being cruel. He was doing his job the simple way. A guy from the mining authority came by the next day, a short man in a high-vis vest, hard hat still tucked under his arm, safety glasses pushed up in his hair. He smelled like diesel and old dust. He asked me to walk him through what happened, but only the parts about where we were standing, where the floor gave way, how thick the steel looked, and whether we had seen any warning signs posted. When I told him the heat coming up from the break in the floor felt like it had a rhythm to it, like breathing, he flipped back a page and underlined extreme heat conditions. When I said I saw shapes in the rock, that the bones were not just in the dirt, but melted into the walls. He closed his notebook and told me trauma can play tricks on the eyes. The therapist was kinder, I guess. She sat in a soft chair across from me in a room with a fake ficus tree in the corner and a water sound machine making relaxing, trickling noises. She said things like post-traumatic stress and survivor's guilt, and your mind is trying to make a pattern out of something senseless. Sometimes, she said, our brains would rather imagine a monster we can describe than accept that the world is random and cruel. She wanted me to talk about Kyle as a person, about what he meant to me, about the shock of losing him. She wanted to frame what I saw in the mine as my mind's way of putting a face on helplessness. I played along for a couple of sessions. I said the right phrases. I nodded at the right times. I did not have the heart to explain that the thing that looked at me down there did not feel like a metaphor. It felt like something that had been down there a very long time and was annoyed at being interrupted. So that is the world on paper: accident plus trauma. Case closed. Keep out of abandoned mines. Process your grief. Move on. The world I wake up in every morning looks almost normal from the outside. My alarm goes off at 5:30. I slap my phone until it shuts up, roll out of bed, and pad across that too-warm floor to the kitchen. I pour water into a scratched-up drip coffee maker I bought at Goodwill for $5. Scoop in whatever grounds were on sale last week, and hit the button. While it sputters away, I flip on the local news and half listen to the anchors talk about high school football scores. Another storm rolling through, A car accident on ashtray 79. Coffee in a travel mug. Keys in my hand. I step out into the pre-dawn cold that bites my lungs and reminds me that at least the air up here is real. I drive to the warehouse on the edge of town, where I back my truck up to a loading dock stained with 100 other people's work. I help the guys on the dock slide pallets wrapped in cloudy plastic into the back. Sign off on manifests. Make small talk. Then I drive. Highway after highway, on-ramps, off-ramps, the same rest areas with the same vending machines and the same flyers on the bulletin boards. Cornfields stretching flat and dead on either side in winter, green and endless in summer. Waffle House signs glowing like beacons at weird exits. Dollar Generals popping up in the middle of nowhere. Little yellow rectangles promising cheap detergent and off-brand cereal. Cornfields, Waffle House signs, and Dollar Generals. That is my America. From the cab of the truck, the world looks solid enough. Asphalt, concrete, brick, steel. But every time I see a little twitch in the heat haze coming off the road, or a faint rope of steam snaking up from a crack in a parking lot, or a manhole cover with just the tiniest breath of warm air pushing up around its edge, my chest tightens, because I know there are places where the ground really is hollow. I have stood on one of them and felt it expand and contract like a lung underneath my boots. You asked in your channel description for strange, dark, and mysterious stories delivered in email format. I have listened to enough of them to know you sit with these things for hours, turning them over, reading every line, deciding which ones to share. I figure if anyone would actually sit through the whole thing and not write me off as delusional by paragraph 3, it would be you and the people who listen to you while they scrub dishes, fold laundry, or drive the night shift like I do. I need this out of my head. I need other people to carry it in theirs. Maybe that is selfish. Maybe I am trying to spread the fear around so it does not just sit in the middle of my chest like a hot stone. But fear is not the only thing that has been moving around with me since Ashfield. The knocking came too. The first time I heard it was not in this apartment. It was months before, in a different little box of a room, the kind they rent out behind job sites when they can't be bothered to build real housing. It was one of those long, narrow trailers with fake wood paneling and thin doors that never quite close right. I was working a temporary contract delivering materials to a construction project, staying in a bunk in the camp. The walls were so thin, you could hear the guy next door snore and smell whatever microwave dinner he burned. The whole thing sat up on cinder blocks, with a crawl space of cold air and weeds under the floor. One night I was lying in the dark, phone on my chest, listening to one of your older videos. The narrator was in the middle of a story about a haunted motel when everything in my headphones stopped for a fraction of a second. No voice, no background music, just a flat nothing, and then I heard it. Talk, talk, talk. 3 knocks, slow, from directly under the mattress. I yanked my earbuds out, heart pounding, and stared at the plywood ceiling, waiting to hear it again. The trailer did its usual creaks. Someone flushed a toilet. A truck outside started up and drove away. No more knocks. I told myself it was just the whole building shifting on its blocks. Metal on stone. Thermal expansion. I am good at feeding myself those little science facts when I get nervous. It works most of the time. Until it does not. I heard it again a few weeks later, parked overnight at a rest area off the interstate. The truck was the only one in the far corner, nose pointed toward a dark line of trees. I had the seat leaned back, a hoodie over my face to block the light. Phone screen dimmed and propped up on the dashboard, playing another story. Same thing, a tiny hiccup in the audio. A breath of silence. And then, talk. 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 This time it was under the truck. I felt it in the soles of my feet where they rested on the floorboard. The cab vibrated just enough that the empty coffee cup in the holder rattled. I sat up fast, killed the ignition just to hear better. The engine died. The blowers went quiet. And there I was in a long metal box on 4 tires over a dark strip of asphalt, and whatever was beneath it. I waited, skin prickling, listening. No footsteps around the truck. No kids playing a prank. Just the wind in the trees and the far-off whoosh of highway. 3 knocks. Under the trailer. Under the truck. Under the floor of the last cheap apartment I had before this one. Always in sets of 3. Always from below. I did not connect it to Ashfield at first. Denial is a powerful thing. It is easier to blame old buildings and bad suspension than it is to admit you might have brought something back from a place the state has been trying to fence off for half a century. But the more it happened, the harder it became to pretend it was random. Anyway, I say that like I am talking to you across the table instead of into a keyboard. That's why I'm writing to you instead of filing another report. Your job is literally to listen to horror, to sit with it. The cops want it wrapped up in a neat little cause of death box. You let it stay messy. As I type that, I started hearing the knocking in other places too. Something slams against the ceiling above me, hard enough to shake dust loose from the light fixture. A man's voice, muffled but furious, comes right through the drywall. Quit banging on the goddamn floor, I freeze. My hands are hovering above the keys. I have not moved my chair. I have not stomped my heels, or tapped my foot, or done anything except sit here and breathe. There is a long, brittle silence. The kind you get when someone upstairs is standing still, listening to see if you will answer back. I do not. I stare at the ceiling, at the tiny crack running along the seam of the plaster, and feel my skin crawl. Because if he heard banging from below him, and I heard it from below me, then whatever is knocking is not just under my floor. It is somewhere between us, in the shared bones of this building. Learning how to climb. 1.3 The first time I dreamed of a burning town. The first time I walked through that town. It was not on any map. It was in a dream. Long before I knew the word Ashfield. Long before anyone sent me a Reddit link. Long before my boots ever touched that cracked pavement. Back then, I thought it was just another anxiety dream. You know the kind. Teeth falling out. Endless hallways. Back in high school with no pants on. Your brain's cheap late-night programming. Except this one stuck. In the dream. I was walking down the middle of a 2-lane road that should have been busy. It had that look, center line faded but still there. Reflectors half peeled up. Old tire marks. Soda cups crushed in the ditch. The kind of road that should have local traffic cutting through. People late to work. Kids on bikes hugging the shoulder. But there were no cars. No people. No sound except my own footsteps. The sky was that dirty. Low gray that makes it impossible to tell what time of day it is. The air felt heavy, like it does right before a summer thunderstorm. But there was no wind. The trees lining the road were just dark shapes, branches knotted together overhead so tight they made a sort of tunnel. The asphalt under my feet was wrong. At first I could not figure out why, just that my brain kept flagging it as off, like when you see a face with the eyes slightly too far apart. Then I realized it was cracked. Not the little spiderweb cracks you see everywhere, but long, jagged seams running across and along the road, some of them wide enough that I could see darkness in them. As I walked, a thin veil of white smoke rose from those seams. Not dramatic flames, not billowing black clouds, just this constant seep of pale vapor, like the earth was exhaling. It smelled faintly of sulfur and hot metal, a scent I could not place yet, but which would later become way too familiar. On either side of this road, there were houses, but they were wrong too. They had walls and roofs and front porches and steps leading up, but no doors, no windows, just blank openings, black and empty, like someone had cut out the glass and wood and forgotten to put anything back. The darkness inside those rectangles was thick. It did not look like shadow. It looked like holes punched in reality. In the dream, I remember thinking, if I step off the road and go up to one of those porches, something is going to be waiting just inside that black. So I stayed in the center of the lane and kept walking. I do not remember feeling afraid in the way you feel when you wake up from a nightmare sweating. It was worse than that. It was that cold, somewhat detached dread when you are already in too deep and you realize it. Eventually, I came to a spot where one of the cracks in the road had opened wider than the others. It ran almost from one side of the asphalt to the other, just a narrow strip of pavement left connecting the two halves. Smoke poured out of it a little thicker, and when I stepped up to the edge and looked down, I could not see the bottom, just darkness laced with the occasional red glow, like coals in a furnace. I do not know why I did it, but I knelt down. In the dream, I could feel the heat wash up over my face, dry and breathless, making my eyes water. I leaned in closer, squinting, trying to see past the smoke. That is when I heard the bones. That is the only way I can describe it, the sound of hard, hollow things shifting against rock. A dry rattle, not constant, just a little movement here and there, like something adjusting itself in a tight space. There was no echo, no human voice, just the faint lurch and scrape of something that used to be a body being moved without any flesh to pad it. In my head, this is the part that still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I started counting. 1, 2, 3. Nobody spoke. The numbers were in my voice, but I did not choose them. They just rose up out of the dark, walked through my thoughts, and sat there. 1, 2, 3. In that moment, staring down into that broken strip of road, smelling sulfur and hot asphalt, listening to the sound of bones shifting in a space that should not have contained anything living. I remember knowing exactly what the numbers meant. Knocks. 3 knocks. I woke up staring at the stained ceiling of a truck cab in a rest area 3 states away. My neck crooked from sleeping in the driver's seat. My phone buzzing with the end screen of some horror video I did not remember queuing up. If you drive long distances for a living, you develop rituals to fill the empty hours, especially at night. Mine are pretty simple: bad coffee, worse snacks, and long playlists of people telling stories about horrible things that have happened to other people. Paranormal experiences, true crime, urban legends, you name it. I have probably listened to some version of it at 70 miles an hour in the dark. I tell myself it is about staying awake. Fear is a stimulant, but if I am honest, it is about not feeling like the only person awake in the world. There is a strange comfort in knowing some guy 1,000 miles away is sitting in a quiet room reading out someone else's nightmare while I chew on a gas station burrito and watch the mile markers tick by. That night, the night after the dream, I was parked in the far corner of a truck stop in Ohio. Cab tilted slightly because of a pothole in the asphalt. Sodium lights turned the whole place orange. Pumps, trailers, diesel stains. The little depressed subway inside. I had my seat reclined, hoodie pulled over my face, phone balanced on my chest, one earbud in so I could still hear if anyone messed with the truck. The story playing was about a haunted hospital, the kind with flickering fluorescent lights and things moving just outside the edge of the security cameras. The narrator's voice was smooth and steady, the background music a low, ominous drone. I was half in it, half out of it, drifting in that gray space where the highway is still humming in your bones, even though you are parked. Then, mid-sentence, the audio glitched. It was like someone cut all the sound for a heartbeat. No voice, no music, no compressor noise from the fridge in the back of the truck stop. Just a flat, dead slice of silence. Then I heard wind. Not wind like outside the truck. This was too close, too narrow. Wind moving through a confined space, whistling past rough edges. It sounded exactly like air being sucked down a tunnel. There was no static, no distortion. Like I was listening through a direct line into somewhere underground. After the wind came the knocking. Talk, talk, talk. 3 slow knocks, exactly like in my dream. Except this time they came from under the floorboard. I felt them as much as I heard them. A dull vibration through the soles of my boots, up the steering column, into my hands resting on my stomach. The empty coffee cup in the cup holder rattled once. For a second, I frozen breathed, waiting to see if it would happen again. I yanked the earbud out. The hospital story resumed, narrator mid-word, like nothing had happened. I sat there in the orange light, looking at the dark patch of asphalt under the driver's side door, and told myself whatever I had just heard was part of the video. A sound effect I had not been paying attention to, an edit glitch. It was easier to believe that than to believe something underneath 10 inches of pavement had just knocked hello. It was not the last weird thing I saw on the road. There is a stretch of highway in Pennsylvania that I have driven home many times. I could probably draw you every exit sign from memory. 2 lanes each way, tall trees hemming it in, low hills rolling off into the dark. At night, the world shrinks down to your headlights. 2 cones of pale yellow slicing through the black. One trip, a few months before Ashfield. I was pushing through there around 3 in the morning. Rain clouds smothering any light from the sky. The road was empty. No taillights ahead. No headlights behind. Then, up ahead on the right-hand side, I saw it. For just a couple of seconds, there was a plume of white vapor rising out of the trees about 50 yards off the road. Not fog, not mist. It had shape and direction. A steady stream, like smoke rising from a vent. It glowed faintly in my headlights as I passed. A thin column against the dark. It was gone almost as soon as I registered it. I craned my neck to look in the side mirror, but all I could see was the guardrail and the blur of wet pines. I told myself it was somebody burning trash behind their house, a chimney, a factory stack hidden back in the woods, gas line work. There are always a dozen boring explanations if you look hard enough. Later, when I actually went to Ashfield and stood there on the cracked surface of its main road, looking at those little white ghosts of smoke pushing up through the broken asphalt, I realized I had already seen something just like it on that drive. I just had not known its name. The really fun part came after. It was maybe a week or so before Kyle ever sent me that Reddit post about the town that's been on fire since the 60s. I remember that clearly because I was sitting in a booth at some roadside diner, eating eggs and scrolling my camera roll, trying to find a picture of a truck I was thinking about buying from a guy in West Virginia. Tucked between a screenshot of my route and a blurry shot of a gas station bathroom sign, there was a photo I did not remember taking. It was of that Pennsylvania highway, dashboard, windshield. The ghost of my wiper streaks across the glass. On the right side of the frame, just past the guardrail, in the gap between two dark evergreens, was a thin plume of white smoke rising up into the air. It was almost exactly where I later learned Ashfield sits. I tapped the screen, pulled up the info. The metadata said it had been taken at 3:12 a.m. 3 weeks earlier, at a set of coordinates that, when I dropped them into maps, landed right on the cluster of roads around that burned-out town. I sat there with my fork halfway to my mouth, cooling yolk dripping back onto the plate, feeling like somebody had slipped something into my timeline when I was not looking. I do not remember picking up my phone while I was driving through there, and I sure as hell do not remember thinking, hey, better take a selfie with this random patch of smoke in the woods. I am not the type who photographs every mile marker. Most of my camera roll is receipts and odometer readings and the occasional shot of a sunset, boring enough to send to my kid. But there it was. A picture of smoke exactly where the road over Ashfield opens its cracks to breathe. Kyle's message with the Reddit link came later. Casual and excited, bro. Check this real-life Silent Hill. It's only a little detour from your route. That was the first time I heard the word Ashfield. The photo on my phone was weeks older than that. So when I ask myself how I ended up there, in that town with the burning lungs under its streets, I do not know what answer scares me more, that I was just a bored driver chasing a creepy location because my friends thought it would make good content, or that the town, or whatever is under it, was already on its way into my dreams and my roots and my camera roll before I ever knew its name. 2.1. The guy who chased content and the guy who chased history. If you want to understand why I ever set foot in Ashfield, you have to understand the two guys who talked me into it. Kyle was the first real friend I made after the divorce, which probably says something about where my life was at. He was 29, worked part-time at AutoZone, and treated the rest of his existence like one long audition for the internet. Blonde hair, he dyed a little too often, a rotation of snapbacks, hoodie even in summer, and a phone that was always in his hand with the camera ready. He called himself a creator with a straight face. TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, you name it. His content was a mix of urban exploration and low-budget paranormal bait crawling through abandoned houses, climbing over fences into old junkyards to film rusting cars, driving toward thunderstorms instead of away from them to get that perfect shot of lightning hitting a field. If there was a no trespassing sign, Kyle read it as exclusive content here. I don't fake anything, he used to say, even though half his EVP clips were just him breathing into the mic and saying, "Did you hear that I just helped the algorithm notice me?" He was funny. Genuinely. He could make a graveyard feel like a comedy backdrop until suddenly it did not anymore. He was the guy who would crack a joke about being murdered in a basement while standing in a basement that absolutely felt like someone had died in it. He wanted the shot, the angle, the thumbnail face, one crazy clip. Dude, he told me more than once, one crazy clip and my life changes. Mason was the opposite in almost every way. He was 32, a substitute history teacher when the district would actually call him, which was not often. The rest of the time, he picked up odd jobs stocking shelves, grading tests for some online class, doing freelance photo gigs for real estate agents and small-town newspapers, where Kyle was always talking, always moving. Mason flowed around in the background like a shadow that happened to carry a camera. He had this old DSLR hanging from his neck on a frayed strap most of the time. Body scuffed, lens clean. He loved decaying places too, but not for clicks. He called it Rust Belt archaeology, abandoned steel mills, shuttered factories with broken windows and weeds growing through the loading docks, empty churches with stained glass missing, leaving jagged gaps of sky. He shot black and white a lot. It made everything look like the ghosts had already claimed it. If you're going to point a camera at the dead, he told Kyle once when we were together, you should at least respect them enough not to turn them into jump cuts. Mason did not say much, but when he did, it stuck in your head. He had this way of looking at a place, head tilted, eyes squinting slightly, like he could see the outlines of all the lives that had passed through it still hovering in the air. I sat somewhere in the middle of them. Kyle chasing content, Mason chasing history, and me just trying to chase enough miles to keep the bills paid, and my mind too tired to think. The night Ashfield came up, we were at a bar off the highway that we ended up in way too often. Every town with an interstate has one low, wide building with a neon beer sign in the window, a gravel lot out front, and a line of pickup trucks and sedans sprinkled with the occasional rusted Corolla. Inside, the air smelled like fryer oil that had seen too many batches of wings, cheap draft beer, and whatever off-brand cleaner the staff dumped in the mop bucket. There were TVS bolted high in each corner showing the same NFL game, muted, the captions lagging a second behind the action. A Bud Light neon sign flickered over the bar, buzzing like a trapped fly. We were in a cracked vinyl booth near the back. The tabletop was so sticky that the paper napkins clung to it when you tried to pick them up. A basket of wings sat between us, mostly bone and gristle now, sauce smeared into abstract art on the wax paper. My beer was half gone, the glass sweating onto a coaster advertising some local IPA I would never try. Kyle's phone was on the table, screen up, brightness blinding in the dim room. ESPN was playing on one of the TVs above us. Some talking heads arguing about quarterbacks while the subtitles tried to keep up. The jukebox in the corner was cycling through a playlist of old rock and modern country, distorted through speakers that could not handle the bass anymore. Every time a big beat hit, the place gave a little sympathetic shudder. It was a good kind of noise, the kind that made it easy not to talk about anything real. Okay. Check this out, Kyle said, shoving a wing bone into his mouth and freeing one hand to swipe at his phone. Orange sauce glistened on his fingers. He did not notice. This is the one. Man, this is our big break. That's what you said about the prison, I reminded him, picking at a fry, and the asylum, and that warehouse full of raccoons. Hey, the raccoon one did numbers. He said around the bone. People love raccoons. Little trash bandits. Mason smirked, but did not look up from his beer. People love watching you almost get rabies. You mean... Kyle made a show of hurt, hand over heart, then flipped his phone around and slid it toward us. The brightness caught both our faces. It was a Reddit post. Title at the top in white on black went to this abandoned coal town. Something is still burning under there. Under it. A series of photos. The first was a road, cracked and buckled, with a fissure running diagonally across it. From that fissure, in the harsh light of a camera flash, rose a faint white plume of smoke. The second was a metal warning sign half buried in brush, unstable ground. Keep out. Someone had spray-painted a crude skull next to the words. The third was a small hill with a cluster of stones on top, a cemetery. The caption said, "The kind of old graveyard that sits on the edge of small towns. A handful of headstones leaning at odd angles, half swallowed by mist." As I swiped, the rest of the images were more of the same heat haze above cracked asphalt. A manhole cover with a thin ribbon of steam curling out at the edge. Graffiti on a crumbling retaining wall that read, "Hell Below" in red. "Tell me that isn't the most Silent Hill-looking shit you've ever seen," Kyle said, eyes shining. It's like they left the whole game set up and forgot to clean it. I scrolled down to the comments without thinking about it. Reddit has a way of pulling you deeper even when you know better. Locals, or people claiming to be locals, were chiming in. My grandma used to live there before they moved everyone out. One said, she said the hardest part wasn't the smoke, it was the noise. Said at night you could hear the ground hollowing out. Another, sometimes you can still hear knocking under the road when it's real quiet. My dad says it's just the coal seam breaking apart, but I've heard it count. Always 3. One that made my stomach go cold. My uncle fell through a hot spot back in the 80s. They never found his body. Said it burned up before he hit bottom. We don't talk about that side of the family anymore. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out slowly, trying to laugh. Internet loves a good ghost town, I said, but it came out a little thin. Dude, look at this, Kyle insisted, leaning over to tap another photo. They've still got houses standing. Some of them still have furniture in them. Imagine a night shot with the smoke in the background. Me in the foreground with the flashlight. You know, classic, what was that? You're not going to get to 1 million followers by falling into a sinkhole, Mason said flatly. He finally took his eyes off his beer and studied the screen. The light caught the lines around his mouth, making him look older than 32 in that moment. Places like that. They're graveyards. He said it quietly, but I heard it over the noise. You don't poke at graves. Kyle rolled his eyes. It's not a graveyard. It's an abandoned town. There's a difference. In this state, Mason shook his head. Not really, not. I should have been on his side. Mason was the one who would stand in the aisle of a ruined church and take his hat off. Who would refuse to climb on a collapsed tombstone for a funny photo? Who would say someone's grandmother is under there and make you feel like an idiot for not thinking of it first? Instead, I found my gaze drifting back up to those pictures, the cracked road, the smoke, the busted sign. Something about it tugged at me with a weird familiarity. I could almost smell the sulfur, hear the faint rattle of something shifting under rock. The bass from the bar's sound system hit a heavy note then, some overproduced country ballad trying to sound profound, and the booth vibrated. The table shivered. Beer glasses clinked. Then the music dropped out for a beat. A glitch in the song. A skip in the track. In that tiny stutter of silence between one thump of bass and the next, I felt 3 separate, distinct impacts against the underside of the bench we were sitting on. Thump, thump, thump. They were not huge. They did not make anyone scream or spill a drink, but they were there. I felt them come up through the worn vinyl into my spine solid. spaced just like all the other knocks, a steady metronome of wrongness. I jerked, instinctively glancing around under the table for some drunk idiot kicking us from the next booth. Nobody. The neighboring booths were empty. No one had even walked past. The music roared back, bass filling the room again. People laughing and shouting at the game. Kyle and Mason were still looking at the phone. If they felt it, they did not show it. I told myself it was just the subwoofer under the floor giving out a weird vibration. That's what you do when you are sitting in a bar full of normal people and something slips through the cracks. You patch over it fast. "We should go," Kyle said, breaking my stare. "Weekend off. Man. Silent Hill content. I'm telling you, millions of views. We hit that town at golden hour. Forget about it." Mason snorted, not amused. "You know the part in horror movies where somebody says that and then they die next. Come on." Kyle laughed, leaning back, spreading his arms like he was presenting a prize behind door number 3. 3 of us. Middle of the day. We stick to the roads, grab some B-roll. Worst thing that happens is we get a trespassing ticket. Best thing, we get the kind of footage that actually means something. Means something to who Mason asked. The dead means something to the algorithm, Kyle said, and grinned. I sat there between them, feeling the phantom echo of those 3 knocks still humming in my bones. The glow of Kyle's phone casting us all in cold light. I should have listened to Mason. I should have made some joke, paid my tab, gone home, and let the town burn alone in the dark like it had been doing for decades. Instead, I pulled my own phone out of my pocket, opened my calendar app, and started checking my delivery route. 2.2. Planning a trip to hell like it's just another weekend. Planning to drive into a town that is literally on fire should feel different from planning a grocery run. It did not. It felt like planning any other weekend detour between loads. That is probably the second worst part of this whole thing, how normal it all looked on my screen. Back at my apartment that night, I had the laptop open on the sticky little dining table. 1 tab for my delivery schedule, 1 tab for Google Maps, and another for the Reddit thread Kyle had sent me. Still sitting there with its pictures of cracked pavement and ghost smoke. Route planning is one of the few things in my life I am actually good at. Years of hauling boxes up and down the interstates will do that to you. You start seeing the country not as states, but as a web of exits, way stations, and truck stops. The week Kyle wanted to go, I was already scheduled to run a load to Pittsburgh on Friday. The warehouse was on the west side of the city. From there, according to Google, it was a 90-minute drive, give or take, down through a patchwork of state routes and county roads to the coordinates people were calling Ashfield. I zoomed in. The interstate was a thick blue vein cutting across the map. The town itself was just a tangle of thin gray lines that pinched together and then stopped. No labeled businesses, no points of interest, just a name and a few pale lines fading into the green of the hills. I traced the route with my finger on the screen. Drop at the warehouse late morning. Paperwork done by noon if nobody screwed up the manifest. Grab a burger somewhere on the way out of the city. Hit the county roads by early afternoon. Get to Ashfield with a couple of hours of daylight left. Shoot whatever Kyle needed to shoot. Backtrack to a cheap motel along the highway with a vacancy sign and a number on the signboard that ended in .99. Sleep. If my brain would let me. Be back on the main route by late morning Sunday. On paper, it lined up perfectly. Another detour to break up the monotony. I have rerouted farther for worse reasons. Okay, I muttered to myself. Old habit from talking over routes with dispatch. Friday drop, Friday hellscape, Saturday recovery, Sunday back on the grind. The phrase made me almost laugh. Friday hellscape, like it was a theme night at a bar. My phone buzzed on the table. It was a text from Kyle. "You good for the 15th, he wrote. "I'll bring the gear. We'll meet you near pit." I stared at the dates on the screen. I should have said no right then. I should have texted back something about extra loads, about being too tired, about not wanting a trespassing charge on my record. Instead, I typed, "Yeah, if my dispatch doesn't change the route, I'm in." The 3 dots popped up immediately. "Let me know if they do. I'll manifest it." I shut off the phone and switched to another tab. This one, an old forum that Mason had mentioned. It was the kind of place where history nerds and ex-miners argued about safety regulations and the way the government had handled the evacuation back when the fire first started. The words Ashfield Mine Number 3 kept coming up. I forwarded a couple of the old maps I found to Mason. He sent back a simple, "Got 'em." And then, a few minutes later, a photo of his kitchen table printed maps spread out. A pen, his battered DSLR sitting in the middle like a centerpiece. I could almost see him hunched over them, tracing the old mine entries with a fingertip. If Kyle chased content, Mason chased context. It is the only reason I let myself believe, for a few hours, that this was going to be something more than a stupid dare to the universe. The one person I should have called before agreeing was the one person I did call, but for the wrong reasons. Old habits die hard. Before I lock in anything that involves Pennsylvania backroads, I talked to Carl. Carl is a dispatcher I used to work under before I switched companies. He has been in the game longer than I have been alive. Lives out near Harrisburg somewhere. In a house full of outdated GPS units and piles of paper logs he refuses to throw away. He knows routes the way preachers know scripture. I dialed his number and put the phone on speaker, the harsh little ringtone cutting across the low murmur of the TV news in the background. He picked up on the 4th ring. "Yeah. Hey, it's me," I said. "Got a second kid," he rasped, which is what he has called me since I was 22. "You only call when you want to go somewhere stupid." Behind his voice, I could hear the clatter of a dot matrix printer and a police scanner burbling. It sounded like every dispatch office I have ever stood in line at. "You ever route anybody through a town called Ashfield?" I asked. There was a tiny pause, just long enough for me to know he recognized the name. Why, he said, "No joking this time. I might be swinging through there after a Pittsburgh run." I said, keeping my voice light, "Just checking how bad the roads are. Lot of posts online about it." The printer kept rattling. The scanner hissed. For a moment, all I could hear was him breathing through what sounded like a cigarette. "Roads out there get weird," he said finally. "You lose GPS. You lose cell service. You hit fog you didn't see coming. Those hills can eat you alive if you don't know what you're doing. I'd stay on main routes," I said, "just in and out." Another pause. "And if you see a hill with an old white church and a graveyard," he added, voice lower, "don't park there. Ground's hollow as hell." Something about the way he said it made the hair on my arms stand up. He was not just talking about coal seams and sinkholes. There was an old superstition baked into the words, like he was repeating something he had heard from someone else who had seen too much. "How hollow?" I asked, before I could stop myself. He snorted smoke into the phone. Hollow enough they had to move the dead once already. Hollow enough I'm not sending my guys within 10 miles of it, if I can help it. He went on about weight limits and detours and alternate highways for a while. But my mind stuck on that one phrase, move the dead. He was still talking when I realized I had gone quiet. You listening? Kid, he snapped. Yeah, I lied. Yeah, I got it. Stick to the marked routes. Watch the fog. Avoid the church hill. Got it. He sighed. Paper tore on his end as the printer spat out something and jammed. You want my actual advice? Sure. Don't go, he said. Let the damn place burn by itself. We hung up not long after. I stared at the phone for a minute. The way you look at a warning sign and then step over the boundary anyway. On the table, my laptop screen had gone to sleep, reflecting my own face back at me in the dark. I touched the trackpad, woke it up, and pulled out the old paper road atlas I still keep in a kitchen drawer. I know Google Maps exists, but there is something about drawing a line in ink that makes things feel more real. I spread the atlas open and found Pennsylvania, ran my finger down to the cluster of roads around Ashfield, and circled it with a ballpoint pen. The plastic page protector crinkled under my hand. As the tip of the pen scraped that little circle, I heard a tiny sound beneath me, a sharp, dry crack, like someone stepped on a tile. I froze, listening. The fridge hum filled the silence. The heater clunked. Somewhere upstairs, a toilet flushed. All normal. I pushed my chair back and looked down at the kitchen floor. Between two of the off-white ceramic tiles, right where the table leg stood, a hairline fracture ran in a crooked line that I did not remember seeing there before. It was so thin I might have missed it any other day. From that crack, seeping up ever so slowly, was a dark bead of moisture. Coffee. I told myself immediately, some old spill. I drink it black, no sugar, no creamer, so it makes dark spots that take forever to mop up on light tile if you do not get them right away. I grabbed a paper towel, knelt down, and pressed it to the line. The liquid that soaked in was darker than coffee and thicker. When I lifted the towel, it left a faint gray streak on the tile, like soot that had been turned to mud. I threw the towel away without looking too closely at it. That should have been another sign. A sensible person would have gotten up, gone back to bed, and called the whole thing off in the morning. The problem was, I did not feel particularly sensible anymore. After the divorce, after the lawyers, after the custody agreement, where I agreed to see my daughter every other weekend and pretend that did not hollow me out from the inside. Something in me shifted. The world started to feel thin, like all the guardrails I used to cling to had turned to smoke. My ex moved 2 hours away. She got the house and the good furniture. I got my truck, my job, and a storage unit full of the stuff neither of us wanted to look at. I slept at truck stops more than I slept in any bed. I got used to being the ghost in my own life, passing through other people's towns, other people's houses, other people's stories. So when Kyle talked about one crazy clip, and Mason traced old mine maps, and Carl told me not to go, it all balanced out in this weird way. If I died in some hole in Pennsylvania, I honestly did not think anyone would care enough to read the report. Maybe that is part of why I went. Maybe I wanted my name to be attached to something, even if it was just a cautionary tale on a sign saying, "Don't be this idiot." That night, after shutting the laptop and shoving the atlas back in the drawer, I lay down on my too-soft mattress and stared at the ceiling until my eyes blurred. The floor under the bed felt warm through the thin fitted sheet. I told myself it was the boiler room again. Eventually, I drifted off. The town was waiting. Same cracked road, same doorless houses, same thin smoke curling out of the seams in the asphalt. I was back at the wide crack, the one where the heat rose up strong enough to dry my eyeballs. I leaned over it and stared down, expecting darkness. This time, there was light. Red. Pulsing. Like the glow you get when you look into a furnace and see the coals shifting. I could hear the bones again, that dry scrape against stone. But layered over it was something else, a low voice speaking from somewhere below where I could see. It was a man's voice, but distorted, like it had been dragged across hot steel. Each word came out warped, edges burning. It said my name. Not once, not shouted, just testing it, rolling it around, stretching it out in a way that made my skin crawl, like it was tasting it. I jerked awake so hard my neck cracked. The room was dark except for the orange smear of the Walmart lot through the blinds. My heart hammered. The air in the apartment smelled wrong. It was not the usual mix of stale cigarette smoke and leftover pizza and cheap cleaner. It was smoke, real smoke, sharp and acrid, coating the back of my throat, stinging my eyes. The kind of smell that says, "Get up, get out." I bolted upright, half expecting to see flames licking at the walls. Nothing. The shadows were the same. The TV was a black rectangle. The kitchen was a darker corner, above me, on the ceiling. The smoke detector that had been content to chirp one little passive-aggressive beep at a time let out a single, long, shrill wail. It was not the full alarm, more like it was trying to scream, and someone had a hand over its mouth. The sound built in my skull, then cut off abruptly, leaving my ears ringing. No lights flashed. No sprinklers came on. There was no visible smoke in the air. The smell faded as quickly as it had come, leaving only the faint trace of it in my sinuses and a pounding behind my eyes. My phone screen lit up on the nightstand. A notification banner slid down over my lock screen. It was from Kyle. Tomorrow. It read, "We go to hell 2.3. The drive into the ash field. Back roads." Friday went exactly like I had planned, which is almost funny in hindsight. I dropped my load on the west side of Pittsburgh late morning. The warehouse was the usual concrete cavern with forklifts whining and guys in reflective vests yelling over the beeping. I signed the paperwork with a half-dry pen, got my copy of the bill, and walked out into a sky the color of dirty dishwater. Kyle was already waiting in the lot, leaning against his truck like he was posing for a thumbnail. It was an old Ford F-150 that sounded like a smoker clearing its throat every time it turned over. Mason sat on the tailgate, camera bag at his feet, a travel mug between his hands, watching a crow hop around a dumpster like it was more interesting than anything we were about to do, ready to go to hell. My dude Kyle called as I walked up, spreading his arms wide. "Let me at least get my overnight bag first," I said. "No way I'm leaving my work truck overnight on whatever roads you picked." We parked my box truck in a long-term lot the company used for layovers, locked it up, and crammed ourselves into the cab of Kyle's Ford. I took the passenger seat on the basis that I actually knew how to read a map. Mason slid into the back, wedging his knees around a cooler, a tripod, and a tangle of cables. We hit the interstate heading south, that wide concrete river with green exit signs hanging over it like commandments. Exit 45, airport/exit 52, Business district / next services 22 miles. The lanes were busy but not insane. A steady flow of sedans, SUVs, and 18-wheelers slogging through the gray afternoon. The roadside was America condensed into a scrolling slideshow billboards with smiling lawyers promising big checks for accident victims. Giant cheeseburgers looming over the trees. A Jesus billboard with a painted hand reaching down, and the caption, "Are you saved?" in 10-foot letters. A rusted-out fireworks stand. An adult bookstore tucked behind a truck stop, like some kind of dirty secret everyone could see from a mile away anyway. We passed a rest area with the usual sign, "Rest area 1 mile, vending, coffee." I could almost taste the burnt drip in the lobby, the metallic tang of water that has sat in the machine too long. I have a map of all of them in my head now, like pins on a corkboard. Kyle had the radio on, some classic rock station fading in and out as we moved between towers. Old guitar riffs, familiar choruses, DJs with fake cheerful voices hawking tire rotations and local insurance. Every so often an ad cut in for a car dealership. Lowest prices of the year. This weekend only, and then we would be right back to someone from the 70s wailing about the devil and the road like they had any idea. So we stick to the main road as long as we can, I said, watching the little blue arrow on Kyle's dash GPS crawl along the interstate line. We'll exit near Millerton. Then it's county roads from there. No gas stations between here and Ashfield once we turn off, so make sure you're full. I fueled up this morning, Kyle said. We're good. I want to hit that first smoke spot while there's still sunlight. Mason just made a non-committal noise from the back. I glanced in the side mirror and saw him checking his DSLR, wiping the lens with a microfiber cloth like it was a ritual. The weather started to change as we left the city sprawl behind. The clouds sank lower, pulling a gray lid over the hills. The interstate carved between long, sloping embankments of patchy grass and bare trees. The occasional cluster of houses thinned, then disappeared. A green sign flashed by exit 68, County 12/Millerton. I put a finger on the screen. That's us. Kyle flicked on the turn signal and guided the truck into the right lane, then off the ramp onto a smaller 2-lane road. The pavement shrank beneath us, shoulders narrowing, guardrails giving way to ditches. The big whoosh of interstate noise dropped off behind us like someone had closed a door. We were in backroad country now. The GPS zoomed in automatically, the straight blue line turning into a thinner, wavier one. It traced through green spaces with no labels, just little gray lines branching off like veins. No more billboards, no chain restaurants. Just the occasional rusting mailbox at the end of a long gravel driveway. A sagging barn in the distance. A dog standing too close to the road, giving us the slow, suspicious stare dogs in the country reserve for strangers. The trees thickened on either side, dark trunks crowding the ditches. Every so often a house would appear, a small, square thing with vinyl siding and a satellite dish. A pickup out front, maybe a plastic kiddie pool turned upside down in the yard, then vanish behind us just as quickly. GPS says 17 more miles, then left. I said, 17 miles of what Kyle asked, peering through the windshield. County road, I said. That's it. Might as well be labeled, "Here be dragons." The farther we got from the interstate, the weirder the air felt. It started with a faint haze low to the ground, just little patches of fog pooling in the dips along the roadside. At first I thought it was just the temperature dropping, heat from the day bleeding out of the soil. But as we drove, the fog did not thin. It grew. It clung to the pavement in pale swirls, hugging the yellow line, creeping up from culverts and drainage ditches in fingers. It never seemed more than a couple feet high, like someone had laid a sheet of smoke over the earth and forgotten to pick it up. Almost looks like dry ice, Kyle said, voice a little too bright, like in a haunted house. There's no houses, Mason muttered, haunted or otherwise. The smell came next. At first it was faint, just a single stray note in the mix of pine, damp leaves, and the faint diesel of our own exhaust. Then it got stronger. Not the comforting smoke of a wood stove, not the acrid bite of someone burning trash. It was sharper, more chemical, sulfur with a top note of something metallic. Do you smell that? I asked, even though I knew they did. Somebody burning coal, Kyle suggested. There's no chimneys, Mason said. Look around. He was right. The houses had dropped away entirely now. It was just us, the road, and the trees. The fog lay thicker ahead, turned milk white by our headlights even though it was still hours before dark. Something thumped in the bed of the truck. It was small, but precise. Not a general rattle. A knock. Thunk. 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 3 in a row, spaced evenly. I felt them more than heard them, through the bench seat into my spine. Damn, Kyle said, checking his rearview mirror. I thought I strapped everything down. I twisted in my seat to look back through the rear window. The cooler was wedged tight against the cab. The tripod lay braced between it and the side wall. Bungee cord looped neatly around it. Mason's gear cases were latched and stacked. No sign of movement. Nothing was rolling. Nothing was leaning. You hit a pothole, I asked. No more than usual, Kyle said. I didn't see anything, Mason added. Felt it, though. I opened my mouth to say something about the knocks, then shut it again. The inside of the cab already felt crowded enough with my thoughts. No reason to add more. We drove in silence for a few more minutes. The radio playing quietly now, some jangly guitar and a voice singing about a long road and bad choices. Appropriate, I guess. The GPS chimed. In 2 miles, turn left, the calm synthetic voice said. Onto unmarked road. Unmarked, Mason repeated. That inspires confidence. We came around a bend and saw the first official sign that we were not just on any old county route. On the right side of the road, half hidden by tall weeds, was a metal sign pitted with rust, white letters on a brown background. State property, no trespassing mine. Fire area, somebody had shot it at least twice. Bullet holes punched through the word trespassing. The paint around them bubbled. Somebody else had spray painted a skull just under the text. 2 uneven eyes and a jagged grin. There she is. Kyle breathed, already reaching for his phone with one hand, while the other stayed loosely on the steering wheel. Can you roll your window down? I want to get a drive-by shot of that. You're gonna drop your phone out there, I said, but I hit the button anyway. The cold air rushed in, bringing the smell of hot rock with it, stronger now. On the left, the land rose in a gentle slope, the trees thinning out to reveal a bald patch of hillside. The soil there was bare and clay-red, with tufts of dead grass around the edges turned black and curled, like someone had lit a match and then blown it out too late. In the center of that bare patch, a white plume of smoke rose from a crack in the earth. It was not roaring, not dramatic, just a steady exhale, streaming upward into the gray sky, dispersing as it went. The area around the crack was discolored, scorched, like a stovetop that had been left on. "Jesus," Mason said quietly, leaning forward between the seats, camera in hand. His voice got lost in the wind and the low hum of the engine. His eyes were locked on the smoke. Kyle angled his phone, doing the influencer thing even now. "All right, what up, guys?" he began, half under his breath, rehearsing. "We are on the back roads of Pennsylvania, heading into what locals call a real-life Silent Hill." I tuned him out, watching the fumes as we passed. The air through the open window was noticeably warmer on that side of the truck. It felt like passing by an open oven door. The GPS pinged again, irritably. "Turn left," the voice said. "Turn left." The road we were supposed to take was barely a road at all, just a turnoff of cracked asphalt leading toward more trees. A faded street sign listing at an angle, its name worn away. "Here we go," Kyle said, rolling the window back up and putting on his turn signal out of habit, even though there was no one behind us. As he turned the wheel, we crossed directly through the densest part of the fog, and whatever gas was bleeding out of those cracks, for a moment. The world outside the windshield was just white, headlights carving tunnels through it. The radio cut out, not a slow fade, not static creeping in from the edge. 1 second there was the tail end of a song about a Chevy and some girl. The next there was nothing, a clean, precise silence that made my ears ring. Then came the noise. It was not music. It was not voices. It sounded like the inside of a bad dream, a rush of white noise. The crackle of flames, but too close. Like someone had put their phone in a fireplace and hit record. Underneath it, layered so low you could have convinced yourself you imagined it, was a voice. It was not the DJ. It was not anyone I recognized. It was low, distorted, like words dragged through gravel. It came from everywhere at once, not just the speakers. "Leave this place," it whispered. Or maybe, "Leave this place." The last word curled up at the end like a question. The sound lasted maybe 2 seconds, then, as abruptly as it had died, the radio snapped back on, and for a limited time. "Get a large 2-topping for only $7.99, a cheerful announcer bellowed. "Call now," and Kyle laughed, but it was too loud. "Man, did you mess with the Bluetooth?" he asked, thumping the dash. "You trying to scare us with some creepy track?" "Mason, I didn't touch anything," Mason said. His voice was flat, defensive. "My phone's in my bag." They both looked at me like maybe I was the one running a bit. "My phone's in my pocket," I said. "Radio's yours." "Man." For a second, the three of us sat in that freshly sealed cab, the smell of coal smoke still clinging to our clothes, the pizza ad yammering away, and it felt like standing in a room after someone has left, their warmth still fading from the air. "Probably just a bad signal," Kyle said finally, forcing a grin, reaching for the volume knob. "Ghosts of the 80s trying to sell us pizza." "Yeah," I said, but my voice did not sound like mine. Out the windshield, the road narrowed further, the trees encroached, and somewhere beneath the tires, the hollow ground of Ashfield began to breathe. 3.1 Main Street to nowhere. You know how some small towns feel dead because everybody left Ashfield did not feel dead. It felt like something had peeled the town up off the ground, and the dirt underneath was still raw and breathing. The back road we were on narrowed once more, then crested a low rise. When we came over the top, there it was. "Dude," Kyle breathed, for once not holding his phone up. The main street of Ashfield was a strip of old asphalt that looked like skin pulled too tight over something struggling underneath. The yellow center lines were almost gone, faded to ghost streaks. On either side, where there should have been houses and storefronts, there were gaps, not empty lots, foundations, concrete rectangles half choked with weeds, crumbling cinder block walls that came up maybe 3 feet and just stopped. A random brick staircase here, a porch slab there, all leading up to nothing but air. It looked like someone had taken a whole town, torn the houses off like scabs, and left the bare footprint behind. Kyle eased the truck off to the side and killed the engine. The quiet that followed felt too big. We got out. The air hit me first. Not hot enough to knock you back. Not cold. Just wrong. Thick. Like there was more in it than there should be. Beneath the faint smell of wet leaves and distant traffic was that other note again, sulfur and something. Cooked. Not fresh smoke, but smoke that had soaked into everything and then cooled. Under my boots, the asphalt gave slightly, like it was tired of holding weight. "Man," Kyle said. Camera finally up now, panning slowly. "This is insane. Look at this." He turned in a slow circle, talking half to us, half to the future audience in his head. We're in the middle of what used to be a coal town in Pennsylvania. Everybody got evacuated when the mine fire started. But they never put it out. The fire's still burning somewhere under our feet. His voice floated down the street, bounced off broken things, came back thinner. Mason did not say anything at first. He just walked a few steps ahead, boots crunching on gravel and broken glass. His camera was up too, but he was not vlogging. He was framing, shooting the skeletons of lives. He stopped at what had clearly been a house once. You could see the old walkway, cracked concrete leading from where the sidewalk would have been up to a set of steps made of brick. The steps went up 5 risers and ended in midair. Behind them, the foundation formed a neat rectangle full of waist-high weeds and one rusting metal pole that must have held a porch roof once. "Someone's front door," he murmured. "Imagine walking out of work and walking up these every day." He lifted his camera and clicked. I tried to picture it the way he did a little White House. Maybe eggshell siding, a screen door that slammed when kids ran in and out, a dog barking in the yard, a car in the driveway with peeling bumper stickers from the local high school. It was not hard. The bones of it were all still there, just stripped. Farther up, you could see where a row of storefronts must have been. Low, flat strips of concrete, chunks of brick jutting up from the edges at odd angles. A few rusted poles standing alone, like ghosts that had forgotten what they used to hold up. Shards of glass glittered in the cracks, catching the weak daylight. The graffiti was newer. It bloomed on exposed concrete walls and the remnants of buildings like mold black, red, neon green. Hell below in dripping block letters. Turn back painted across the remains of a garage door in shaky white. Someone had scrawled, "It counts," on the edge of a foundation. The letters thinner here, like they had run out of paint halfway through. On one slab of wall right at eye level, somebody had sprayed a skull with smoke coming out of its eye sockets. The lines fluid and confident in a way that said this was not their first time tagging something. "The internet has definitely been here," Kyle said. zooming in on IT counts. I bet half these tags are from Reddit kids trying to make TikToks, some of them. Mason said quietly. Not that one. He pointed to a message higher up, written in faded black paint that had flaked with the weather. It was barely legible, but I made out the words, "They moved the houses, not the fire." A chill slid down my back that had nothing to do with temperature. A few old telephone poles still lined the street, leaning like they were drunk, crossbeams sagging. The wires hanging between them drooped and twisted. Some snapped and coiled on the ground like dead snakes. A couple of streetlights remained. Glass busted out. Metal rusted nearly through at the base. One had tilt so far it looked like a stiff breeze would finish the job. "Imagine this place alive," Mason said, almost to himself. Kids walking to school, the diner, the gas station, church on Sundays, union meetings at night. "Will you stop giving it a tragic backstory and let me have my horror game moment?" Kyle said. But there was less bite in it than usual. His eyes were a little wider than normal. "What do you think this was?" He pointed at a slab with faint tile lines still visible, a metal pipe sticking up in the middle. "Bathroom," I said automatically. "Or kitchen. Probably some little house. You can see the outline of where the bedroom would have been." I had read enough about the place to know the rough shape of its history. Company town turned boomtown turned cautionary tale. Coal mining in the 50s and 60s. A fire started in an old mine seam in the early 60s. Some say a trash burn gone wrong. Some say an old coal seam ignited by God knows what. The fire spread underground through abandoned tunnels, invisible at first. Then, making itself known, the ground started to crack, basements grew hot, roads buckled, carbon monoxide seeped into people's houses. The government came in, declared it a disaster, offered buyouts, moved people out one by one. Some refused. Most took the money and left their lives behind. That is the documentary version, the one you can watch on any number of late-night cable channels. This isn't that, I said out loud before I realized I was talking. We're not doing a documentary. We're three idiots walking into a place everyone else did their best to forget. Three idiots with cameras, Kyle corrected, aiming his at a long fissure running down the middle of the street. He crouched, trying to get the smoke in frame. Because there was smoke. Not everywhere, but enough. We followed the crack he was filming to where it widened. The black line in the asphalt splitting open into a jagged gap about a foot across. The edges crumbling. From that open wound, a steady stream of white-gray vapor flowed out, catching the light. I could hear it. It was a tiny noise, lost if anyone spoke. But there, when you held your breath, a faint hiss, like gas escaping from a tiny leak. Every few seconds, there would be a soft pop deep below, the sound hot coals make when they shift and catch. I crouched down near Kyle, extending my hand over the crack, but not too close. Heat rolled up immediately, dry and intense. It was like putting your palm near the open door of an oven. My skin prickled. I jerked back on pure instinct. "Careful," Mason said. "You're not going to win any views with second-degree burns." "They already got those," I muttered, rubbing my arm unconsciously where the grafts were. We walked farther up the street. Not every lot was empty. About 3 blocks from where we had parked, just past a collapsed garage and a leaning stop sign tagged with upside-down crosses. There was a house that was still a house. It was a small 2-story place with white siding yellowed by time, the paint on the trim peeling. The yard was scraggly but maintained. Weeds kept just short of waist-high. The porch had a sagging roof and a pair of old chairs sitting side by side, one occupied. An old man in a flannel shirt and a ball cap sat there, cigarette between two fingers, watching us come down the street like he had been expecting us. I slowed, unsure whether to wave or pretend not to see him. You don't expect residents in a ghost town. Kyle, of course, raised his camera a little, then seemed to think better of it and lowered it again. Afternoon, I called, because that is what you do in a place like this, whether or not you want to. The old man squinted at us. His face was a map of wrinkles, his jaw covered in white stubble. The cigarette smoke curled up in front of him and mixed with the other smoke already hanging in the air. "Y'all tourists?" he asked, voice rough like gravel in a bucket. Something like that. Kyle said, "Just passing through, shooting some video." His eyes flicked to the cameras, then back to our faces. There was no real curiosity in them, just a kind of tired resignation. He jerked his chin toward the ground between us. "Ground under you ain't floor," he said. "It's a lid." The words hung there, heavier than they should have, before any of us could figure out how to respond to that. He stubbed his cigarette out in an overfull ashtray, pushed himself up with a soft grunt, and went inside. The screen door creaked, the heavier door shut with a dull thud. As it latched, I heard the faint, cheerful sound of a game show theme song playing from a TV inside. Applause, canned laughter. It sounded like it was coming from another planet. "He's friendly," Kyle muttered. "He lives here," Mason said. "He doesn't have to be anything for us." We moved on. The farther we went, the more the road warping became obvious. Parts of the asphalt were sunk in, creating shallow bowls where rainwater had dried and left rings. Other parts bulged upward, swollen, like the earth had taken a deep breath and was holding it. "Look at that," Mason said suddenly, pointing a few yards ahead. At first it just looked like another warped patch of road. Then my brain did that horrible click it does when it takes a pattern you have been trying not to see and snaps it into focus. The bulge was roughly the length of a person lying face down. The head end was rounded and higher than the rest, with a spray of smaller cracks spidering out where a face would be. The shoulders were slightly narrower, the arms suggested by two long fissures stretching out to either sit by my. The torso area was a broader swell, with a sharp crack right down the middle like a split spine. The heat rising from it seemed stronger. The air above it shimmered. It was nothing. It was just geology and bad luck and my imagination. I told myself. We all stopped at the same time, standing along the edge of it, looking down. None of us said what we were seeing for a long moment. Just the ground. Kyle said eventually, too brightly. Just, random. Cracks are gonna crack. Sure, Mason said. His voice sounded strained. Random. I stared at the head of the bulge, at the little web of cracks where a mouth would be if you let yourself think that way. As we stood there, the hiss coming from the road shifted. For one heartbeat, it stopped. Silence pressed against my eardrums. Then, from between those smaller cracks, right at the mouth, a thin puff of smoke exhaled, not up in a straight line, out, like breath. It hit my face, warm and damp, and carried with it a sound so soft I might have imagined it. A tiny, rattling sigh, like air pushed through a chest full of loose bones. 3.2. The graveyard on the hill. If Main Street was the skin of Ashfield, the hill with the graveyard felt like its exposed bone. We saw it from below first, past the collapsed garages and the sagging poles. The land rose in a gentle swell on the edge of town, bare of houses. Up there, on the crest, silhouetted against the low gray sky, was a line of stones and a twisted rectangle of iron that had to be a gate. "That's gotta be it," Mason said. "Cemetery." "Of course there's a cemetery," Kyle muttered, half to his camera, half to himself. Real Silent Hill. Man. Church. Graveyard. Smoke, we're only missing the fog siren. "There was a church," I said, remembering what Carl had told me. "White one, from the photos. They must have torn it down, probably for safety." Mason said, "Leave the dead. Move the building." He said it without any bite, just stating facts. But the words made my shoulders knot. We followed what might once have been a side street, but was now more cracks than road. The asphalt gave up entirely halfway up the hill, crumbling into gravel and dirt. We picked our way along what passed for a path, boots slipping on loose stones and patches of tufty grass that had forced their way through the thin topsoil. The smell got stronger as we climbed. Down in the town it had been faint, a background note of burned coal and something older. Up here, it was in the air like a taste. Smoke, yes, but layered with the damp sourness of turned earth and the sweet, almost rotting tang of flowers left out too long. At the top of the hill, a rusted iron gate leaned between two concrete posts. The gate was only chest high, more a suggestion than a barrier. Its bars were curled at the top in a decorative pattern that had rusted into jagged spikes. One hinge had snapped long ago, so the whole thing hung crooked, squeaking softly as the wind worried at it. A weather-beaten wooden sign was bolted to one of the posts. The paint had almost entirely peeled, but if you squinted, you could still make out the ghost of the lettering Ashfield Hill Cemetery. Someone had spray-painted a crude cross over the word Hill, and underneath, in smaller, newer letters, someone else had written Still Occupied. Beyond the gate, the ground rolled gently away, dotted with stones. It was exactly the kind of graveyard you see outside 100 small American towns, the kind you drive past without thinking small. Maybe an acre or two, perched on a rise so the dead could look down on what they left behind. No towering monuments, just modest headstones in uneven rows, some leaning as if tired, some broken off completely. The oldest stones were dull gray, edges softened by rain and time. Dates in the 1900s, names half erased. A few had small, rusted metal emblems stuck in the ground beside them. Little stars and plaques that marked them as veterans. American flags about the size of my hand jutted from the dirt near those. Fabric shredded and sun-bleached almost white, still flapping weakly in the wind. Newer graves were fewer. Their stones were smoother, lettering still sharp. Plastic flower arrangements sat in front of some of them. Colors sun-faded to pastel ghosts of themselves. One had a little solar-powered angel figurine with a cracked wing. Its light was dead. We stepped through the gate without talking. It gave a long, low cree-a-eek that sounded like a complaint. The wind was stronger up here. It came up the hill carrying the smell from below, whistling through the dry grass. The little flags rattled and licked the air. Somewhere, a loose piece of metal on the gate clinked softly against its post. Over and over, like a lazy metronome. From up here, you could see the town, or what was left of it, spread out below. The cracked strip of Main Street. The gaps where houses used to stand. The bald patch on the slope where the smoke was coming up. From this angle, the white plume looked like a single thread stitching the town to some invisible hand below. "If I lived here," Mason said quietly, lifting his camera, "I'd want my grave up here too, away from whatever's under that. Yeah. Well, congratulations," Kyle said. "You just wrote the trailer." He was playing it off, but his eyes kept flicking to the holes in the earth. Because there were holes. You expect a certain amount of sagging in an old graveyard. Dirt settles, stones tilt. This was different. Some of the graves had slumped in a way that suggested something had eaten the ground from underneath. We walked past a row of stones from the 40s and 50s. The names and dates still legible: husbands, wives, a couple of infants whose lives were contained entirely between two summers. At the end of that row, the grass fell away into a shallow depression where a grave had sunk. The headstone still stood at the top of the slump, at a slight forward angle like it was peering over the edge. The earth below it had fallen in a good 2 feet, exposing a cross-section of soil, roots, and something else. "Whoa," Kyle said. Stopping so abruptly, I almost ran into him. "Is that?" We all leaned closer. The wooden lid of a coffin jutted from the dirt like a broken rib, charred along its exposed edge. The wood was blackened and split, the grain warped. Beneath it, in the shadow of the pit, I could make out a shape. It was the lower half of a leg bone, the tibia and fibula, still more or less in place, fused together in places by black, glassy material. The bone itself was black, not rotted away to nothing, but transformed. Parts of it still held their shape, the curve unmistakably human, but the surface had the shine of burned wood. In some spots it looked brittle, like it would crumble at a touch. Mason's hand tightened on his camera. "Jesus," he whispered. "Get a shot," Kyle said, but his voice was softer than usual. This is crazy. I do not know what possessed me to do it. Curiosity, probably. The same thing that brings people like us to places like this in the first place. I crouched at the edge of the pit and stretched out my hand, keeping my weight on my heels so I did not tumble in. "Don't," Mason said. It sounded automatic, more habit than command. "I just want to see," I said. "I won't." My fingertips brushed the bone. It did not feel like bone. It did not feel like wood. It felt like something in between, hard, but with a give to it, as if it had lost its structure. There was a gritty texture under my skin. And then, under the slight pressure of my fingers, it collapsed. The bone broke apart silently, turning into a cascade of fine black dust that hissed down into the darker space below. It clung to my skin like soot, coating the creases of my fingertips and the half-moons under my nails. The smell hit me a second later. Not the distant coal smoke of the town, not regular rot. It was the smell of something organic that had once been alive and then had been cooked past recognition. The closest I can get is burned hair and charred meat, but older, deeper, like it had seeped into the marrow before evaporating. I jerked my hand back, gagging. Shit. "You okay?" Kyle asked. I wiped my fingers on my jeans without thinking, but the stuff did not want to let go. It smeared into the fabric, but a film of it stayed on my skin. Dark in the lines. I spat into my palm and rubbed harder. It made the smell worse. "It's like it's baked into you," Mason said quietly. "Don't," I snapped, more harshly than I meant. I did not want those words hovering in the air over that pit. "Sorry," he said, and he actually sounded it. We moved on, or tried to. The knowledge that there were half-burned bodies shifting around under a thin skin of dirt made every step feel uncertain. "Be quiet a second," Mason said finally, stopping between two rows of stones. Kyle sighed, but he stopped walking. His camera hung loose at his side. I fell still too, my breath loud in my own ears. The wind kept up its low moan across the hill. A flag flapped weakly. The iron gate at the top of the slope gave another small squeal. Somewhere below us, a car backfired on a road we could not see. Then, under all of that, a different sound. Tick. At first I thought it was a pebble settling, a twig snapping. Then it came again. Tick, tick, tick. It was subtle, so faint you could have mistaken it for your own heartbeat if you were not paying attention. It had that enclosed quality, too. It did not sound like it was in the air around us. It sounded like it was coming up through the ground. "Tell me you hear that," Mason said softly. We all stood with our heads tilted slightly, listening. Tick, tick, tick. It was not loud enough to be banging, but there was a rhythm to it. 3 little impacts, then a pause, 3 more, from slightly to the left, then again, farther away, like it was traveling in a line under the hill. "Coffins," Kyle said, trying on a joking tone and not quite nailing it. "You know, wood expanding from the heat, or ground shifting. Science. Wood expansion doesn't have timing," Mason said. I did not say anything. I did not have to. The pattern was familiar. My brain had already matched it up with nights in my apartment, with my truck, with the trailer 3 in a row. Not random. Not quite fast enough to be anything mechanical. It sounded like someone or something with very little strength left was tapping on the underside of a lid, patiently, over and over. We drifted forward again, like we were being drawn. Mason raised his camera and started shooting. The shutter clicks weirdly loud against the softer ticks under our feet. "Row of stones," he said under his breath, more to mark the shot than narrate for anyone. "Foreground, town in the back. This is..." He stopped. "You see that?" he asked. "See what Kyle said?" Moving closer to look over his shoulder. I stepped up on the other side, wiping my fingers on my jeans again out of habit. On the small screen of the DSLR, the shot was crisp, a row of 4 headstones, all in a line, all from around the same decade if the styles were anything to go by. Beyond them, blurred, the broken spine of Ashfield's main street, smoke still feathering up from one crack. "Nice," I said. "Album cover." "How many stones do you see?" Mason asked. 4, I said, like in the picture. He lowered the camera slightly and pointed out at the actual row in front of us. There were three. From left to right, a short, rounded stone so worn the name was just a suggestion. A taller one with an obelisk shape, cracked near the base. A third, newer looking, with the outline of a lamb carved at the top, the name of a child beneath. Between the second and the third, the grass bulged slightly, like a pillow under a sheet. The soil there was not flat like the rest. It was raised just enough to notice, with a fine net of hairline cracks in the dirt's surface, as if it had been baked and then flexed. No stone. Mason lifted the camera again and hit play, flipping back to the last shot. 4 stones. The fourth, the one that did not exist in front of us, was narrow and plain, sitting exactly in that raised patch. Its top edge was chipped on one side, giving it a slight lean. The face of it was darkened, as if smoke had stained it. The inscription was blurred in the shot, but I could make out the first letter of the name, the same letter my name starts with. Focus is soft, Kyle said quickly. Glare. Could be a trick. Maybe there's a marker there we're not seeing from this angle. We walked closer to the spot where the phantom stone should have been. All 3 of us together, up close. The ground looked worse. The soil was split in a dozen tiny fissures. When I put my boot down lightly near the center, the earth gave a fraction of an inch, and I felt warmth seeping up. There was no marker, no stone, no metal plaque, nothing. Mason snapped another photo from almost the same angle as before. Hands not quite steady now. We huddled around the screen again. This time, there were only 3 stones in the frame. The gap where the fourth had been was just that, now a gap, and a subtle swelling of earth. But if you zoomed in, if you looked very closely at the cracked patch of dirt where its base would have sat, you could almost convince yourself the cracks made the faint shape of letters. 3.3. The gas station man and the 3 knocks. After a couple of hours of walking around in other people's leftovers, the town started to feel less like a place and more like a pressure in my ears. The smoke, the heat, the slow, weird breathing of the ground. It got into your clothes, under your skin. Even Kyle eventually admitted he needed a break. There's supposed to be a gas station on the edge of town, he said, scrolling through the Reddit post again as we trudged back toward the truck. Dude said he bought a Coke there, and the can was hot. We gotta find that place. Because nothing says OSHA violation like a hot Coke, I muttered. We followed the cracked road out of the center, past the last of the foundations, and the 1 or 2 houses that still clung to the hillside like stubborn teeth. The smoke grew thinner as we climbed, the smell lingering in the back of my throat. Eventually, the road leveled out and widened a bit, shoulder spreading into gravel. On the right, set back from the road in a patch of bare, churned-up dirt, stood what had to be the gas station. It looked like it had been dropped there 20 years ago and then forgotten. 2 metal pumps stood out front under a low, flat awning supported by square poles. The pumps were the old mechanical kind, the kind with dials and flaps instead of digital screens. The paint was sun-faded blue, chipped down to dull metal in places. The plastic covers over the numbers were yellowed. A crudely lettered sign taped to one said, "Cash only." The building itself was a squat rectangle with big front windows, the glass clouded by a film of dust and nicotine. Faded lotto posters were taped crookedly to the inside, advertising jackpots from years ago. A hand-lettered sign on the door read, "Open," in shaky red marker. Even though the door's paint was peeling, and the handle looked like it had been fixed with duct tape more than once. A Coke banner hung half-detached along the roofline, flapping weakly. A flickering beer neon in the window looked like it had not been turned properly off or on in a decade. "See," Kyle said. Camera up again, doing a slow pan. "You never get this in the city. This is gold, or tetanus." I said, "Inside." The air smelled like old oil, old smoke, and that weird sweet chemical scent that clings to convenience stores that have not been properly cleaned in a while. The floor was worn linoleum, once white, now stained an uneven gray. A long counter ran along the back wall, behind which sat an ancient cash register and a jumble of junk scratch-off tickets. Ashtrays, a cardboard box of something unlabeled. To the left, a fridge case hummed and rattled, its glass doors fogged at the edges. Rows of soda and energy drinks waited behind the glass, labels glaringly bright under buzzing fluorescent lights. Beside it, a rack of beef jerky sticks sagged, packages twisted. There were shelves of chips, canned soup, faded boxes of cereal nobody buys anymore, and a rotating hot dog rack that was mercifully empty. Behind the counter stood the man who owned the place, or at least acted like it. He looked somewhere in his 60s, maybe older. It was hard to tell. Thin, but not frail, with a long torso and arms roped with tendon. He wore a red and black flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up, exposing forearms stained with old oil and nicotine. His hands were big, knuckles dark, nails rimmed with black. His hair was thin and gray, pulled back into a low, half-hearted ponytail. A pair of reading glasses sat low on his nose. He watched us walk in like he had already decided we were trouble. "You boys lost?" he asked, voice flat. No welcome, no fake friendliness. Just that. Kyle, naturally, turned his charm switch to on. "Nah, man. Just passing through," he said. "We're checking out the town. You know, the mine fire." "Yeah," the man said. "And you ain't the first." His gaze flicked to the cameras, not impressed, not intimidated, just tired. "We just needed some drinks," I added. Heading towards the fridge, my throat felt like sandpaper. Up close, the hum of the cooler was loud, a low, grinding vibration that made the glass tremble almost imperceptibly. When I opened one of the doors, a wave of air hit my face. It was cooler than outside, but not by much. The cans inside were coolish, like they had been near a fridge, not in one. I grabbed a bottle of water that felt like room temperature and a soda for my blood sugar anyway. Mason took a coffee from a row of dusty energy drinks. Kyle grabbed whatever had the brightest branding. We set our haul on the counter. "So," Kyle said, leaning one elbow on the worn laminate, camera hanging off his wrist. "What's the deal with the fire still burning down there?" The man looked at him for a long second, like he was measuring how much to say. "The fire's the part the government cares about," he said finally, voice low. "They don't care about what the fire woke up." He lifted one hand and, without looking away from us, rapped his knuckles on the counter 3 times. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Each knock was steady and the same strength, a practiced rhythm. The sound went down through the laminate, into the wooden structure beneath, through the floor. I felt it faintly in the soles of my boots. "You hear that under your floor?" he said. "You leave. Doesn't matter where you are." He said it like he was reciting a rule, one that had been repeated enough times to smooth the edges. My tongue felt thick in my mouth. You. Hear it here, I asked. He shrugged one shoulder, eyes drifting past us toward the glass doors of the cooler. Sometimes, he said. Sometimes it's louder. Sometimes it's quiet. Depends how hungry he is. That word stuck out. Kyle played it off. You talking about, like, the devil? He chuckled. Or just, like, the spirit of the town or something. The man snorted. Devil's got better things to do than sit under some broke-down coal town. He said, this ain't Bible stuff. This is older. He lit a cigarette, right there behind the counter under the no smoking sign. And the addition of fresh tobacco smoke did nothing to improve the air. They dug and dug and dug under this place. He went on, smoke curling out of his mouth. Took more than they shoulda. Left shafts open. Left seams exposed. Fire found it. And then it found whatever was down there with all those bones and all that heat. People say it's just the coal. Mason said quietly. Shifting. Cracking. People say a lot of things to sleep at night. The man replied. He tapped ash into a chipped mug on the counter and leaned his weight on his palms, looking at each of us in turn. You know how many folks this town's lost, he asked. Not from old age, not from cancer, from down there. We did not answer. He did not wait. Houses drop, he said. Basements fill up with smoke. Kids playing on the hill. They find a soft spot and the earth just opens. Swallows him. Couple years back, man out on the edge of town thought he'd poke around a hot spot. Wanted to see how deep the ash went. Dug himself a little pit. He paused to take a drag. Exhaled slowly. Heat got into him. He said, not outside. Inside. By the time they got him to a hospital, his insides were cooked. Organs black as charcoal. Skin wasn't even burned. Looked like a normal man laying there. Until they opened him up. My stomach turned. That doesn't sound possible, I said automatically. Because you have to say something when reality bends like that. He shrugged. Fire down there don't care what you think's possible. It's not the kind that lights up your curtains and takes the house. It finds the hollows, spaces, weak spots, eats from the inside out. As he spoke, the cooler beside us gave a particularly rough buzz, the compressor kicking harder. The glass door rattled. Then, softly, there was a sound from inside it. Tap. A pause. Tap. Tap. It was faint, muffled by the glass and the hum. But I heard it. 3 little knocks, like someone flicked their fingernail against a bottle. The man's head snapped toward the cooler. His cigarette paused halfway to his mouth. For a moment, all the noise of the place, the hum of the lights, the cooler, the distant whoosh of a car going past outside faded in my awareness, leaving only the small sounds. He stared at the cooler for 3 full breaths, then slowly turned back to us. He's listening, he said under his breath. Who, Kyle asked. But the man ignored the question. He rang up our drinks with slow, deliberate movements, pushing buttons on the old register that beeped like it was dying. The total was cheap enough, it felt like a different decade. I slid cash across the counter. His fingers brushed mine, leaving a faint dark smudge on my skin I could not tell was grease or something else. We cracked our bottles and cans open right there. the hiss of carbonation loud in the cramped space. The water was lukewarm, but I drank it anyway, grateful just to rinse the graveyard taste from my mouth. "You boys from out of town?" the man asked. "Watching us drink?" "Yeah," Kyle said. "Couple hours away. Just, checking things out." "You staying?" he asked. "Overnight." "Probably just tonight," I said. "Motel along the highway." He nodded slowly, as if that was the first smart thing he'd heard all day. "Don't leave with anything from here," he said. We all looked at him. "From the store?" Mason asked. "From the town?" The man said, "Stone. Dirt. Nothing. Don't put a rock in your pocket 'cause you like the color. Don't scoop up ash. Don't peel off a piece of one of them signs. It counts what it loses." The phrasing made something tighten in my chest. "It counts." I repeated. "Yeah," he said. "He counts." Again, with the he. The pronoun hung there like smoke. He stubbed out his cigarette, ground it into the mug, and scooped up our bills. The register drawer popped open with a clank. As he was making change, I turned to go, the bell on the door jangling softly as I pushed it open. The floor under my boot gave a subtle vibration. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 solid knocks. Hard enough this time that the bottled water on the counter shivered, the liquid inside rippling. I froze with one foot on the threshold. The hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast it hurt. Kyle glanced back at me. Mason's eyes flicked from my face to the floor and back. The man behind the counter did not look surprised. He just stared down at the worn linoleum between his boots, the faintest crease forming between his brows. "He's closer today," he muttered. So quietly I almost did not catch it. We did not ask who he meant. We stepped out into the thin daylight and the smell of coal smoke, the bell jangling behind us, and for reasons I still cannot fully explain, I checked my pockets twice before we got back in the truck, just to make sure I had not accidentally picked up a single thing that belonged to Ashfield. 4.1. When the ground stopped being ground. If we had turned around after the gas station, we could have told ourselves we just came to look, take a couple of pictures, buy a lukewarm Coke, hear a weird story from an old man, go home. Instead, we went back up the hill. "We've got the street stuff," Kyle said, excitement back in his voice like nothing at the gas station had happened. "We've got the graveyard, but this is all surface level. We need something deeper, literally." "Deeper means closer to the fire," Mason said. Kyle grinned like that was a punchline. "Exactly." We parked the truck in almost the same spot as before and cut across town again, past the bulging patch of asphalt that still looked like a body to me, smoke feathering from its mouth. I tried not to look at it for too long. Every time I did, I felt short of breath. "You sure about this?" I asked as we reached the sagging cemetery gate again. Mason lifted his camera and took a couple of shots of the town below, then nodded toward the tree line beyond the far edge of the graveyard. The old vent shafts and fan houses would have been behind the residential zone, he said. Farther from the main drag, you can still see some of the structures on satellite if you pull up certain years. If there are any open vents, they'll be back there, and that's where the smoke's strongest, Kyle added. You saw that hillside from below. It's gotta be feeding out somewhere. I saw what Carl warned me about. I said, hollow ground. Yeah. so we don't jump on it," Kyle said. "We'll be careful." "Come on, man. You drove all the way out here." That last part stung, because it was true. I had burned gas and time and common sense getting us here. Turning back now would mean sitting with the question of what we might have seen for the rest of my life. I already had enough unanswered questions crowding my head at night. So we went through the gate, the rusty hinge complaining in that familiar way, and crossed the cemetery. The wind had picked up, carrying the smell of coal smoke and something sweeter flowers somewhere starting to rot. The flags by the veteran stones snapped and flapped in quick, agitated motions. At the far fence line, there was a gap where the wire had been pushed down or cut years ago. A faint path led down the backside to side of the hill, where the land sloped away into trees, yassos, and scrub. The trail was more suggestion than anything else. Grass had grown back over it in spots, but there was still a depression where enough feet had gone before us. We followed it single file, Mason in front. Then me. Then Kyle, who wanted the rear angle for his footage. The further we got from the manicured part of the hill, the rougher it became. Roots writhed across the narrow path like exposed tendons. Stones jutted up at odd angles, some of them slick with a thin, oily sheen of moisture that did not match the dry air. The grass gave way to scrubby bushes and clusters of young trees that had not yet decided whether they wanted to be a forest. The smell of sulfur grew stronger with every step, threading through the scent of crushed weeds and damp dirt. There was a warmth in the air that did not match the cloudy afternoon. We were heading into the shadow of the hill, but instead of getting cooler, the temperature crawled up, 1 degree at a time. My t-shirt stuck to my back under my jacket. Sweat gathered at the base of my neck. When the wind died for a moment, the quiet that followed was too complete. I realized what was missing. No birds. We had heard a few earlier, faint chirps and rustles in the trees around town. Here, on this side of the hill, there was nothing. No calls, no wings, no insects droning, just the crunch and slide of our boots, our breathing, and a faint, continuous hiss from somewhere under our feet, like someone letting air out of a tire very slowly. "You hear that?" I asked. "Yeah," Mason said without turning. "Pressure, like a tea kettle," Kyle added, trying for lightness and landing closer to strained. The path angled left, skirting around a patch of bare soil where nothing grew. The earth there was discolored, rusty red and black, cracked into hexagonal pieces like dried mud in a dead riverbed. As we passed, I could feel heat radiating off it, warming my jeans. "Don't step on that," Mason said. "If you see bear, don't step. That's how people fall through." He sounded like he was reciting a rule he had only just made up. We hugged the more solid-looking ground, following the line of half-buried rocks that might once have been someone's property border. The hiss underfoot got louder, occasionally punctuated by a deeper, more resonant note. The kind of sound you feel in your chest more than hear a low whoomp that made the soles of my boots tingle. "How far are we going?" I asked. "Just far enough to see what's back here," Mason said. "If we find the fan house or a vent, we take some shots, then we go." "No spelunking?" "Yeah, no spelunking." Kyle agreed immediately. "I'm an influencer, not a miner." We came around a clump of scrub trees and saw it a sagging concrete structure built into the hillside, half covered in brush. A metal grate rusted across its face. The grate was bent in one corner. creating a gap about the width of a man's shoulders. "Is that it?" Kyle asked, zooming in. "Looks like an old vent," Mason said. "Could have been for airflow or exhaust." Hot breath poured out of the gap, invisible but unmistakable, carrying with it the full force of the smell we'd been getting hints of all afternoon. It was like opening an oven door that somebody had cooked rocks in for 50 years. Mason took a cautious step closer. Camera up, then another. I followed, keeping to the strips of ground that still had some grass on them. Kyle hung back a few feet, filming wide. "Let's not get too close," I said. "Ground's probably," I did not even get the word unstable out. Mason put his foot down on a patch of dirt that looked no different from the rest. For a heartbeat, it held. Then there was a sound like a long, low-grown wood splitting, metal tearing, earth deciding it had had enough of pretending to be solid. Crack. The ground under Mason's right leg gave way. The soil collapsed in a circle around his boot, and then the circle widened, a ring of dirt. Roots and small rocks folding inward like a trap door. Mason's other foot slipped, his arms windmilled, and his camera swung out on its strap. He dropped out of sight up to his waist in less than a second. "Shit," he yelled, hands scrabbling for purchase. His left arm caught on a thick root protruding from the side of the path. His fingers locked around it. His body kept going down, stretching him out, until he was hanging there, chest at ground level, legs dangling in the hole, boots kicking at nothing. The hole did not stop. What had been the size of a trash can a moment earlier tore open wider. Dirt and rocks slumping away around him, showering down into the darkness below. What was left was a raw-edged circle of earth about the size of a pickup bed. I dropped to my knees at the rim, grabbing for Mason's free arm. Kyle was there a heartbeat later, clutching the back of his jacket. "I got you. I got you," I said, voice high and tight. The heat that blasted up from the hole hit my face like a slap. My eyes watered instantly. Smoke, acrid and thick, surged up in a rolling wave, carrying with it the smell of scorched rock and something worse, charred meat, old and dry. Pull Mason gasped. His knuckles were white on the root. Beneath him, the empty space roared softly. We both pulled. The dirt under my knees crumbled, little clumps falling away. For one sick moment, I imagined it all giving way, the three of us tumbling in together, falling into the hot dark. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something else tumble. Mason's camera, knocked loose from around his neck, slid over the edge of the hole, bounced once off the root, and dropped. The attached flashlight flicked on. It fell, triggered by the impact, for a few seconds, while we strained and swore and tried not to die. That beam of light spun through the darkness below us like a lighthouse gone mad. It hit the walls of the whole jagged rock stained black, streaked with red iron. It caught on drifts of gray ash piled in ledges along the sides. It skittered over things in those drifts that were not rock. Bones. They were everywhere once you saw them. At first, they looked like broken branches, but then the light lingered for a fraction of a second too long, on a curve that could only be a rib cage, a long, slender shape that was definitely a femur, a spread of smaller bones that might have been fingers or toes, fused together in places by the same glassy black substance that had coated the leg bone in the graveyard. The camera hit something hard near what I guessed was the bottom and came to rest at an angle. Beam fixed on one specific spot. A skull. It lay sideways in a mound of ash and rock. One side caved in, the other shockingly intact. The bone was black, cracked, but still held its shape. The empty eye socket the light hit glowed faintly as smaller reflections bounced inside it. A line of teeth showed in a twisted jaw, some of them gold, gleaming bright and wrong in the yellow glow of the flashlight. My stomach lurched. For a second, the whole world narrowed to that image, the skull in the churning heat, watching us without eyes. "Pull! Pull!" Mason shouted, bringing me back to the fact that my friend was hanging over that same pit. We heaved. The root he clung to shuddered in the earth, little avalanches of dirt and pebbles tumbling past his kicking feet. The muscles in his neck stood out like cords. I felt his weight in every tendon of my shoulders, in the burning of my hands. His torso came up an inch, another. His belt scraped against the edge, sending more dirt down. The heat made sweat stream into my eyes. Kyle cursed, pulling like he was trying to rip Mason in half. Finally, with a messy, desperate lurch, Mason slid sideways, rolled over the rim, and sprawled on solid ground, chest heaving. I fell back on my ass, heart pounding, vision swimming. Kyle landed almost on top of both of us. For a few seconds, all we could do was lie there and cough. The three of us wheezing in the hot, smoky air like we had just outrun a fire instead of nearly fallen into one. Behind the ragged edge of my breathing, another sound crept in. Tick, tick, tick. It came from the hole. Not loud. If we had kept talking, we might have missed it. It was sharp, brittle, like someone was tapping a piece of bone against stone. Each little impact was followed by a tiny flare at the bottom of the pit, a brief spark in the flashlight beam. Tick, tick, tick. Every time it struck, the small, glowing fleck of ash or coal leapt and then settled, like embers being prodded. "Tell me that's rocks shifting," Kyle said hoarsely. I did not answer. The sound had a rhythm, not constant, not mechanical, but deliberate. 3 taps, a pause. 3 taps, a pause. It reminded me of someone trying out their knuckles on a door they weren't sure about, feeling for the strength of it. We scrambled backwards on our hands and heels until we were a good 6 feet from the edge. Mason rolled onto his side and curled up instinctively, arms wrapped around his middle like he'd been punched. "You okay?" I asked. He nodded, but his eyes were wide, pupils huge. There was a smear of ash across his cheek that made him look like someone else for a second. Kyle crawled forward just enough to peer over the edge again, holding his own camera out with one hand, filming blind. "Careful," I hissed. "I'm not going on America's Funniest Home Videos for falling into a hellhole," he said, but his voice shook. From where I sat, I could still see the beam from Mason's fallen flashlight at the bottom, now partly blocked by debris. The skull was just barely visible at the edge of the light, teeth still catching it in that ugly, mocking way. Above it, the walls seemed to shift. For a heartbeat, I thought it was just the smoke curling, changing the way the shadows fell. Then I saw it, a thin, pale shape, narrow as a pencil, jutting out from the charred rock. It was the color of bone under all the black, streaked with soot. It looked like a finger, no flesh, no nail, just the bare phalanx poking out through a seam in the stone. It extended a little further, joints bending in a slow, awful curl, as if something behind the wall were testing the edge of its prison. The tip trembled, pressed against the rock, and then, almost shyly, withdrew, sliding back into the darkness like it had never been there. The tapping stopped. For a second, all I could hear was my own blood in my ears and the distant, subtle roar of the unseen fire below. "We need to go," I said, and this time, neither of them argued. 4.2. The wall of charred skulls we should have left after the hole. We were already shaken, clothes streaked with ash, Mason's hands still trembling from almost falling into the kind of death people around here only talk about in lowered voices. Any sane version of us would have limped back to the truck, pointed the hood toward the highway, and never said the word Ashfield again. Instead, we kept going. The trail curved along the slope, skirting the edge of the sinkhole we'd just dragged Mason out of. To our left, the hillside fell away into patches of scrub and exposed rock. To our right, the hill rose steeply, broken by chunks of concrete and rusty steel that had once been part of something. We saw the building almost at the same time. It was squatting halfway into the hillside, like the earth had grown around it and then stopped trying. Low, maybe 1 story tall, all brick darkened to a uniform filthy brown. A corrugated metal roof sagged under the weight of years and some landslide that had dumped half a yard of dirt on top. On the front wall, partially obscured by vines, was a set of massive metal blades encased in a rusted circular woosing the remains of an industrial fan. The blades were thick, corroded, frozen in place. Above them, in peeling white letters, someone had painted a company name I could barely read. Something ventilation. Mason whistled under his breath. "Fan house," he said. "For the mine." Up close, you could see where ductwork had once connected the fan to the hillside, channeling air in and out. Most of the metal was gone now, just jagged brackets and holes. The brick around them was cracked, blackened. There was a door to the right of the fan housing. It had been boarded over at some point with thick wooden planks, but time and weather had not been kind. 2 of the boards were split. One hung at an angle where nails had rusted through. Bolted to the brick next to it was a sign, still legible despite the rust bleeding through the white background. "Danger. Mine fire. Do not enter." Someone had underlined "Do not enter" with red spray paint, just in case the original message was too subtle. Underneath, in a different color, some genius had added "or do." "I'm not your mom." Kyle lifted his camera, and I swear I saw his pupils dilate. "This," he said softly, "is where we go viral. A man just almost died in a hole," Mason said, voice flat. "Voice. Which is exactly why the next shot is going to hit so hard," Kyle replied, already walking toward the door. "Look at this thing. This is the thumbnail, right here." We went inside a burning mine town and found this. People are going to eat it up, or we're going to breathe in something that eats us up, I said. But even as I said it, I knew we were going in. I could feel the slope of the story under my feet, and it was steeper than the hill. We picked at the boards, testing them. The wood was soft, splintering under our fingers. Together we managed to pry one loose enough to slip through. The air that flowed out when the crack widened was hot and stale, like opening an oven that hadn't been used in a long time but was still somehow warm. Inside was dim. I flicked on my flashlight. Mason and Kyle did the same. Dust motes swam in the beams like slow, aimless insects. The fan room was small, Just a square of concrete stained almost black in places where soot had built up. Metal supports and old control panels clung to the walls, their dials frozen. Glass covers spider-webbed with cracks. Wires hung in dead loops from the ceiling. On the far side of the room, half hidden behind a tangle of conduit, was a metal door standing slightly ajar. A stenciled sign on it read, "Access Tunnel. Authorized personnel only." "Guess we're authorized," Kyle muttered. He pushed it open with the toe of his boot. It groaned loud enough to make all three of us flinch. The sound going down into the dark beyond. A staircase waited behind it, steep and narrow, made of metal grating. It descended into the hill at a sharp angle. No lights, no handrails on the walls, just a rusted pipe running alongside it, sweating a thin line of condensation that glistened in our beams. "Last chance to not be idiots," I said. Kyle grinned weakly. "We passed that sign a mile back." "Man." Mason didn't say anything. He just wiped his palm on his jeans, adjusted his grip on the camera, and started down the stairs. The metal grated under our boots, each step clanging just a little, echoing. The air grew hotter as we descended, and drier. My mouth was already parched, but each breath seemed to strip a little more moisture from my throat. After the first flight, the light from the fan room faded to a dull, pale smear above us. The only real illumination came from our flashlights. The beams caught on the rough concrete walls, revealing streaks of black where smoke had clung over the years, water stains where condensation had run down in irregular paths. Old graffiti appeared now and then, names, dates, crude drawings of skulls and devils. Most of it was blotted out by soot, barely readable, about halfway down. The smell hit full force. It was sulfur, yes, and hot metal, but there was something else braided through it now, something coppery and thick. It was the smell of meat that has been cooked too long, then left under a heat lamp for hours. Not fresh blood, old, baked. I gagged, covering my mouth with the crook of my elbow. Sweat slid down my spine. "You guys okay?" I asked, voice echoing weirdly off the walls. "Fine," Mason said, though he sounded slightly strangled. "Smells like your truck after you leave a burrito in it for a week," Kyle said, forcing a laugh that died quickly. We reached the bottom of the stairs. The tunnel opened out into a wider space, the ceiling low, the walls curving slightly inward like we were at some buried artery. Our flashlight beams swept across rough-hewn rock and patches of sprayed-on concrete. The floor was a mix of dirt, gravel, and some kind of hardened, bubbly black substance that might have been melted asphalt once. In some spots, it looked like the ground had been liquid at one point and then frozen mid-bubble. We followed the tunnel, boots crunching on loose stone. Somewhere ahead, deeper in the hill, the low, constant crackle of fire bled through the rock, a soft, insistent noise, like someone crumpling paper over and over again. Every so often there was a small pop, the sound of something giving way. The heat pressed in from all sides. It felt less like we were walking into a warm space and more like something warm was pressing against us, testing our outlines. We took a few more turns, a branching tunnel here, a side passage there choked with collapsed rock in one spot. The ceiling had sagged, forcing us to crouch and slide sideways along the wall. The metal pipe from the stairs continued along the part of the tunnel, then abruptly ended, cut off and warped at the end. Edges curled back as if something had melted it. The air shimmered in our beams, Sweat ran into my eyes, stinging. My heartbeat sounded loud in my ears. An extra noise layered over the crackle. Maybe we should turn back, I said. Kyle, ahead of me, hesitated. His flashlight beam played across the right-hand wall. Hang on, he said. What the hell is that? I stepped up beside him, and Mason moved in on my other side. All three beams converging. At first, it just looked like a darker patch of wall, a bulge where the rock jutted out. Then my brain caught up to what my eyes were seeing, and the floor seemed to tilt beneath me. The wall wasn't rock, not entirely. It was bones. They were fused into the stone in a way that made it hard to tell where geology stopped and anatomy began. Skulls, dozens of them, maybe more, were embedded side by side, stacked irregularly. Some were half swallowed by the wall, only the front half visible. Others stuck out further, cheekbones and brows casting sharp shadows. Every skull was blackened, surface cracked and blistered as if it had been roasted and then cooled too fast. Teeth jutted at odd angles, some gone, some gleaming dully. I saw flashes of metal here and there, gold crowns, fillings, a bit of jewelry melted into a jawline. Between and around the skulls, other bones jutted, ribs arched like tortured parentheses, vertebrae stacked in broken strings, chunks of pelvis warped beyond recognition. All of it was locked into place by a matrix of slag rock, asphalt, coal, and something else that had melted and rehardened. Glossy in some places like obsidian, dull and pitted in others, in a few spots. There were patches that were not entirely bone, not entirely rock, not entirely anything I had language for. They looked like skin that had been left on a roast too close to the heat for too long, shrunk, blistered, glossy black. It had pulled tight over whatever was underneath, then cracked open, leaving curling edges like charred paper. Near the center of the wall, there was a streak of dark red-brown that had not turned black all the way. It glistened slightly in our lights, thick and viscous, slowly sliding downward in tiny, stubborn threads. Ash clung to it, and from it rose a faint, almost invisible smoke, just enough to warp the air immediately above. I realized I was holding my breath. The heat coming off that wall was different from the ambient oven we had been walking through. It was localized, radiating out in waves. When I stepped closer, my cheeks flushed. My tongue felt scorched just from inhaling air that had touched it. It's still burning, I said, voice hoarse. Inside it, whatever this is, it's still cooking. It's the coal seam, Kyle said weakly, but even he did not sound convinced. The coal seam doesn't have teeth, Mason said. One of the skulls near my eye level had a piece of rebar punched through it diagonally, entering at the temple and exiting near the jaw, like some grotesque shish kebab. Another had what looked like a long spike of mineral growing out of an eye socket, crystalline and sharp. We fell silent without agreeing to respect, terror, disbelief. It all mixed together until it came out as not talking. The longer we stood there, the more the wall seemed alive. In some awful, static way, the bones themselves did not move, but there was a constant, subtle shifting of heat and pressure within it. If you listened closely, past the louder crackle of the distant fire, you could hear tiny sounds. Crackle, yes, but also little clicks as bits of slag cooled and shrank. Every now and then, there was a very small, delicate ting, like a fork tapping the edge of a glass, bone expanding or contracting, or metal shifting in its fusion. Ting, kirk, ting. Kyle swallowed audibly. "This is insane," he whispered. "People are not going to believe this is real. They're going to say it's CGI or, like, a movie set. Then don't film it," I said immediately. He looked at me like I'd slapped him. "What if they think it's fake? Let them," I said. "We don't have to give this thing an audience." Mason lifted his camera anyway. "I have to document it," he said quietly. "Even if nobody sees it, it's here. We're here. That has to mean something." He started shooting. Slow, deliberate passes along the wall. The shutter sounded like distant gunshots in the hot air. Kyle, not wanting to be left out, stepped closer with his own camera, angling it up to get a tight shot of one particular skull, a big one near the center, partially exposed. One side of its face more intact than the others. The teeth in its jaw were surprisingly straight. A few gold fillings glinted. "Look at this," he murmured. Half in awe, half in that content brain mode he couldn't switch off. He was probably somebody's grandpa. Now he's part of the damn wall. He moved his camera even closer, to the point where the lens was only a few inches from the empty socket. That was when something fell out. At first I thought it was a piece of ash dislodged by the vibration of his voice. It dropped from the dark hollow with a wet little plop, landing on a ledge of fused stone just below. My light caught it. It was a grub, or something that had started that way. It was the size of my little finger. Maybe. Its body segmented. The half closest to the skull was black and shriveled, the outer skin wrinkled like it had been roasted. The other half was pale, almost translucent white, the kind of soft you only see on things that live in places without light. Tiny legs flexed near one end, twitching weakly. It writhed once, twisting, as if confused about which side of itself it belonged to. Ash clung to its underside. Then it stilled. None of us spoke. The only sound was the camera's low whine and the wall's constant, dry whispering. Then all three of our flashlights flickered, just once on, off, on again in a stuttering strobe that lasted less than a second. Long enough, though, in that fraction of darkness, my brain decided to show me something. It could have been a trick of my eyes. Residual images from the beams sweeping left and right. It could have been the shift in the shadows when the light bounced off the glossy surfaces of bone and slag. But for that split instant, I saw every skull on that wall angle, just slightly, toward us. Not turned fully, not jerk, just tilt, like someone hearing their name in another room. Then the light came back, steady and bright, and the skulls were where they had always been, locked in their melted grave. "Tell me you saw that," I whispered. Mason's knuckles were white on his camera. "I'm not sure what I saw," he said, "and I don't want to run it back on the monitor down here to find out." Kyle swallowed, backing away a step. His camera still rolling, but no commentary coming out now. Behind the wall, somewhere deeper in the hill, something shifted with a deeper rumble, sending a hotter wave of air across our faces, like the exhale of something vast and buried. For the first time since we'd come down the stairs. Kyle didn't talk about views. 4.3. when the wall breathed. For a long moment, none of us moved. The only thing in the world was that wall and the heat coming off it. Every instinct I had was screaming to turn around and climb back up those stairs, but my legs felt like they had sunk into the bubbled floor. Mason broke the silence first, barely louder than a breath. They buried them in here. He whispered, "With the fire." I did not want that sentence in my head, but there it was. The idea of it lodged somewhere behind my eyes, not bodies lowered into cool dirt on the hill above, but shoved into this place, into the tunnels, into the seams, left where the heat and smoke could get at them. For all we know, they were already down here when it started. Kyle muttered, "Miners. Cave in. Fire got the rest." "Does that make it better?" I asked. It did not. I stepped closer to the wall without fully deciding to. I do not know what I thought I was going to learn by closing the distance. Maybe I wanted proof it was still just structure, dead. Something my brain could file under horrible but inert. I lifted my hand toward it, fingers trembling, and held it there an inch or two from the nearest skull. Close enough to feel the air moving, not close enough to touch. It was hot, like standing in front of an open oven with your face at the level of the rack. The heat licked across my skin in waves, but it was not constant. That was the worst part. It pulsed, not random fluctuations, not the chaotic flicker of an open flame. It came in long, slow surges, a building warmth that crept up my fingers, then eased, then returned. I focused, despite myself, counting silently. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. It felt like a chest expanding and contracting, except the chest was a fused wall of bone and stone, and I was close enough to feel it press against the air between us. "I think it's breathing," I said, before I could lie to myself and call it anything else. "Nope," Kyle said immediately, backing up a step. "Nope, nope, nope." Mason was staring at a point somewhere between two half-swallowed skulls, his expression tight. "Air shifts," he said mechanically. "Pressure changes. You get eddies, that's all." He did not sound like he believed it. We stood there, listening harder than I think any of us ever had. At first, all I could hear were the obvious noises, the soft crackle of fire somewhere deep underfoot, the occasional drip of water hitting hot stone and turning into a hiss, our own breathing, quick and shallow, adding an irregular rhythm over everything. Then, from within the wall behind it, below it, threaded through it came another sound. It started as a rush, like wind moving through a tight space. Not the clean whoosh of air in a tunnel, but something flatter, more ragged. The closest I can get is this: the sound you make when you put your mouth over the opening of an empty bottle and exhale. Multiplied and stretched out, turned into a background drone. It had the quality of breath, but there was no flesh or soft tissue left here for it to pass through. It sounded like air being forced through something hollow and hard, like through ribs. I tried to tell myself it was the fire pulling oxygen from somewhere, dragging it through whatever cracks and vents still existed, that there was a purely physical explanation, that the noise was just combustion physics. I could not hold on to that thought for long, because after a while, layered under the hiss and the crackle, another texture crept in. Whispers, not words, not in any language I could pin down. It was the suggestion of speech syllables half-formed, consonants dissolving, a dozen thin voices at once, maybe more, all overlapping, like a crowd of people praying under their breath in a room you are not supposed to be in. Every time I tried to focus on a single strand of sound, it slipped away. When I stopped trying, they swelled, a tide of almost meaning washing up and then receding. "Do you hear that?" I asked, barely moving my lips. "No," Kyle said instantly, voice too fast. "Nope, don't want to, don't care." Mason's fingers were clenched so tight around his camera I could see the tendons in his hand. His eyes had gone glassy, like he was looking at something through the wall, not on it. "I hear something," he admitted. "I don't want to know what it is." The temperature in the tunnel climbed, not gradually, not the way it had on the way down. This was sharper, like someone had nudged a furnace control. The air thickened, filling my lungs with heat that did not want to leave. Sweat poured down my back, soaking the waistband of my jeans, rolling along my ribs under my shirt. The skin on the back of my hand, hovering near the bone wall, started to prickle. A deep, familiar itch flared under the scars that run up my forearm, scars I did not have yet. Not then, but that I swear I could feel forming in that moment. Something under my skin waking up in response. "Guys," I said, but the word dried out on my tongue. On the wall, a patch of soot shifted. It was subtle at first, a tiny avalanche of black dust sliding down over the curve of a skull, leaving a slightly lighter streak behind. Then, as if that one had given permission, other patches let go. The black coating that had dullened the contours of a half-dozen skulls and bones began to flake and fall in strips and chunks. Some pieces drifted down like ash. Others dropped faster, tiny avalanches that pattered against the fused floor. Underneath, bone showed through, not the chalk white of a clean skeleton in a school lab, but a sickly ivory yellow, streaked with gray and red. It was like something behind the wall had just exhaled hard enough to clear its throat. I took a step back, the heat licking at my face hard enough now that my eyes watered. My palms stung, the skin tight. Every nerve in my body rang with the urge to get away and the inability to move fast enough. The pressure in the room changed. There's no delicate way to describe what it felt like when the wall breathed. It was not some dramatic buckling, not stone cracking apart. It was worse because it was almost subtle. The entire surface of bone and slag seemed to swell outward a fraction of an inch, just enough that the shadows shifted. The skulls seemed to lean toward us all at once, ribs flexing, vertebrae straining against their fused prison. The heat rolled in a wave that hit my chest like a shove. Deep inside the structure, there was a long, grating sound, "Krrrk," like two rough surfaces sliding against each other under pressure. It had the same cadence as a breath drawn in against resistance. Then, just as slowly, the wall eased back. The bones sank that tiny degree into their previous positions. Dust rained down in a fine curtain. The air in front of us cooled by a sliver, just enough that my skin could tell the difference. It had inhaled and exhaled. There is no other word for it. "Holy sh..." Kyle choked, voice cracking. "Did you get that? Tell me you got that?" His camera was still pointed at the wall, but his hands were shaking so badly, the footage had to be nothing but jittering bone and blur. "Turn it off," Mason said, backing away another step. Just Turn it off. Kyle. You're out of your mind, Kyle snapped. But it was panicked, not cruel. Nobody's gonna believe this if we don't. I don't care if anybody believes it. Mason said, I care if we get out of here. My arm burned, not like a surface burn from standing too close to a grill, deeper. The flesh along the inside of my forearm felt tight, like something underneath was swelling, pushing outward, looking for a way through. I scratched at it mindlessly with my other hand, and my fingertips came away slick with sweat and streaked with soot. Later, when the doctors asked when I first noticed the skin starting to blister, I would think of this moment. The heat pressed against me from the outside, something equally hot stirring under my skin, like my body was trying to match the temperature of that wall. The whispers inside the bone mass rose and fell, like a crowd drawing in breath to speak, then reconsidering. My ears rang with them. Then, cutting through all of that, came a sound I recognized far too well. Thunk! It came from a point on the wall where one of the larger skulls sat, a thick fracture running from temple to jaw. The impact made a fine puff of ash burst from the crack, drifting down like smoke. Thunk! This time, it came from lower and to the right, where a loop of fused ribs jutted out, half buried in slag. The vibration radiated out through the bones around it, a visible shiver. Thunk! The third hit was higher and to the left, against a patch of reddish rock with bones half melted into it. The sound was deeper there, resonant. 3 knocks, not from one spot, not echoing, not a trick. 3 separate impacts from 3 different parts of the wall, perfectly spaced, a pattern I knew by now down to my bones. It felt less like someone knocking to be let out, and more like someone tapping at the shell of an egg to see how thin it had gotten. The blows didn't sound like stone on stone. They sounded duller, like bone on the inside of something thick. Each one seemed to ring in the soles of my boots. For a heartbeat after the third knock, the tunnel went very, very quiet. Even the distant crackle of the mine fire seemed to hold its breath. The air around us trembled. Under my feet, the metal plate that had been laid over part of the tunnel floor gave a sharp, high ping, like a struck piece of rail. It wasn't loud, but I felt it through my ankles. A little upward jerk, as if something below had tapped back. 5.1. The floor gives way. That sharp little ping from the metal under our feet was the only warning we got. I had just enough time for my brain to translate it from weird noise to bad noise when the panel under Kyle's boots bowed downward with a dry, groaning squeal. The rusted bolts at either end held for 1 heartbeat. 2 then tore free all at once with a ripping shriek. The floor disappeared. 1 second, Kyle was standing there, knees bent, camera up, mouth half open to say something. The next, he dropped straight down, like a trap door had opened under him. He did not even have time to swear properly. The sound he made was a chopped-off yell, more breath than voice. His camera flew out of his hands, spinning away into the dark as the metal plate snapped down like a sprung jaw. I lunged without thinking. My body moved before my head did. My right hand shot out and caught his wrist as it went past. Momentum yanked my shoulder so hard, something popped. For a second, I thought I was going in after him. The edge of the broken panel bit into my thigh. My boots skidded on the bubbled floor. Behind me, Mason grabbed the back of my jacket with both hands and braced his feet, becoming an anchor I could feel all the way through my spine. "Kyle," I shouted, his other arm windmilled in the air, fingers clawing at nothing. His legs dangled over a void that roared hot air up at us in a blast. "I got you," I lied, because I had no idea if that was true. The heat coming up from the hole was like nothing we had felt yet. It hit my face and chest hard, a solid physical thing. The air was so hot it felt thin, like there was no oxygen in it. My lungs seized. Sweat flashed to steam on my skin. Somewhere below, the falling camera hit rock, bounced, and kept going. Its flashlight, jarred into berth mid-plunge, spat wild beams into the darkness. For a moment, that runaway light was our only view of what waited under us. It spun past the broken edge of the metal plate, catching the jagged underside of the tunnel floor red rock. Black slag. The bottom ends of the fused bones we'd seen in the wall, jutting down like roots. Ash drifted past in slow, lazy eddies. Then the beam swung out wider, lighting the cavern below. We had walked over the skin of this place all afternoon. Now we saw the muscle and bone. The chamber below us was huge, its ceiling a low, uneven dome of rock stained black and red. The walls were a patchwork of natural stone and old minework support beams half melted into pillars. Corrugated sheet metal drooping like tinfoil left in a fire. Veins of coal glowing a dull, angry orange in places where the seams still burned. The floor, or what passed for one, was not solid. It was a bed of ash and char and half-melted stone, interrupted by islands of darker rock. Here and there, pools of something thicker and more viscous glowed a tar-like lava, coal rendered liquid by decades of heat. It did not flow so much as slowly ooze, blistering the rocks it touched. In that moment, as the camera spun, each flick of the beam froze one grotesque detail at a time. A drift of bones tumbled together like driftwood ribs, femurs, the curve of a jawbone still clinging to a few teeth, all of them blackened, some fused, some not. A twisted ladder of vertebrae hung out of one bank as if it had tried to climb and failed. Another flash lit up a collapsed cart track. Rails warped into waving lines, sleepers burned away. A rusted mine cart lay on its side, half swallowed by the ash, its wheels glowing faintly from reflected heat. The beam swung again, slower now as the camera lost energy, tumbling end over end. And then it found it. The light caught a shape standing in the middle of that hellish basin, at the edge of one of the glowing pools. It was not hunched or crawling. It was standing, upright, like a man, as if the molten patches and bone drifts and smoking vents were just floor. From our vantage, hanging on the broken edge, it was a silhouette at first, a pale figure against the red. Then the light hit it full on and carved the details out of shadow. It had a body, of sorts, but nothing like flesh. Its limbs were made of bone, but not like you would see in an anatomy lab. White shafts, scorched and cracked, were fitted together in ways that would have made no sense in anything born above ground. Femurs lay end to end where there should have been humerus bones. Vertebrae were packed into its arms like beads on a wrong string, stacked too close together. Shards of pelvis and shoulder blade filled the gaps, making jagged plates between those bones, holding them in a shape that suggested a torso and limbs was metal. Rusted rebar threaded through spinal columns, bent and twisted, lengths of cable, blackened insulation half melted away, coiled tight like tendons, bits of old machinery gears, rods, Bolts were welded into place by some old heat, bound into the scaffold. Its chest was a cage of ribs that did not match. Some longer, some shorter, some not human at all. They arced around a hollow core that glowed faintly, like coals banked inside a metal stove. The creature's skin was a patchwork of what the wall had been charred, glossy black plates where something had melted and then cooled over bone. In a few places, those plates had cracked, revealing the pale, dry structure beneath. Smoke curled lazily out of those seams, thin and white, like breath steaming from chapped lips. Its hands, if that's what you'd call them, were collections of bones wired together. Fingers too long and too many joints. Some of them clearly toe bones repurposed. The ends were sharp, splintered. The head was the worst. It sat atop a neck that was mostly stacked vertebrae strung together with rusted chain, giving it a horrible, loose flexibility. The skull itself was too big for the body, a heavy thing. One side had been shattered at some point, leaving a cratered void where bone had collapsed inward. The edge of the break fused smooth by heat. The remaining half was almost intact eye socket. Cheekbone, jaw. The empty socket the flashlight beam hit was not entirely empty. Deep inside it, something glowed a colorless brightness, like white steam lit from behind. Thin threads of that glow curled upward in the form of smoke, streaming from the hole as if from a vent. It made it look like the thing was constantly exhaling through its own dead eye. Where the nose should have been was just an empty triangle of burned bone. The jaw hung slightly open, teeth blackened, but recognizably human, some stained dark, some capped with dull metallic gleams. One molar was a perfect square of gold, catching the light for a heartbeat in a little wink. The thing stood totally still, not swaying, not shifting weight, not reacting to the chunks of ash falling around it. It was as if it had been standing there for a very long time, in the center of its own furnace, waiting. The camera clattered one last time and came to rest on a ledge of stone, its beam freezing on that not man. The angle was bad, tilted, but enough. The frame was all bones and fire and that staring half-skull. For the first time in all of this, I heard Kyle truly scream. He had yelled when the ground went. Sure, he had swore and joked and forced bravado up on the drive-in. This was different. It was the cut-through-your-chest sound a man makes when his body answers a horror before his brain can. His weight yanked against my grip, almost pulling my shoulder out of its socket. Mason grunted behind me, the back of my jacket biting into my throat where his fists clenched. "Don't look down," I shouted, but I was lying again. I had already looked. You cannot unlook something like that. The metal edge we knelt on groaned, protesting the strain. Rust flaked under my fingertips. Below, the thing moved. It was not dramatic. It did not lunge or leap. It did not raise its arms in anger. No roar. No cinematic theatrics. It simply shifted its head, as if the attention of the flashlight had finally become a touch it could feel. The vertebrae in its neck scraped together with a dry, grinding sound as the skull tilted up. The sockets, one shattered, one steaming angled toward us, somewhere in the core of its ribcage. Deep inside the fused mess of bone and metal, something inhaled. I felt it more than heard it at first. The heat rolling up out of the cavern intensified, the invisible air currents twisting. Then the sound came a long, hollow pull, like air being dragged through a tangled network of pipes and vents. If you've ever stood next to a big industrial HVAC unit, when it kicks on felt that deep, chest-level vibration. When the fan draws in a volume of air, the noise was like that, but stretched, dried out, filtered through bone. It pulled in that breath forever. By the time it ended, my lungs were burning from just existing in the same tunnel. The silence that followed it felt like something had been taken out of the room, stripped away. Then, with a sharp, deliberate snap, the creature's lower jaw closed. The sound carried all the way up to us, clack, like two pieces of dry wood smacked together, but denser. Beneath my hand, the bone of Kyle's wrist flinched at the noise. As that jaw came shut, the glowing steam in its eye socket surged. For a second, the whiteness inside its skull brightened, flooding the hollow with light. Then a lance of vapor shot straight upward. A tight column of white-gray smoke forced out of the socket as if through a nozzle. The jet hit the underside of the tunnel and spread, searching for cracks. Some of it found us. The blast of air that washed over my hand was hotter than anything that had come out of the hole yet. It wasn't just ambient heat. It was targeted, like someone had put a blow dryer on the highest setting against my skin and held it there. Pain flared so bright it erased the tunnel for a heartbeat. The flesh across the back of my hand and along my forearm screamed as if it had been pressed to a stove burner. My grip spasmed. For a terrifying instant, my fingers loosened on Kyle's wrist. He slipped an inch. His cry went up in pitch, tea kettle sharp. Mason yelled my name behind me. I clamped down like my life depended on it, which, in that moment, it did. Not just for me, for him. The skin on my arm felt tight, too tight, like it was swelling from the inside. The smell of cooked meat rose, and this time I knew exactly where it was coming from. Far below, in the red flicker of the camera's dying beam. The thing shifted its weight 1 foot of fused bone and slag settling deeper into the coals and tilted its head a little further, as if listening to how we screamed. 5.2. The taste of burnt flesh. For a second, the only thing that existed was the feel of Kyle's wrist in my hand. Everything else fell away, the bones in the wall, the thing in the fire, the breath like a furnace. It was just his weight hanging from my grip and the tearing pain in my arm where the heat had already bitten through the top layers of skin. My fingers were locked around him so tight I could feel the tendons under his skin. He was heavy. Not I can't lift this box heavy, human heavy. The kind of weight you only feel when it is a person and you know if you let go. There is nothing under them but a long drop and something that wants them. Hold on, I gasped. But I could hear in my own voice how thin it sounded. Kyle's wrist felt wrong. At first I thought it was sweat making it slick, or ash. Then I realized the heat coming off his skin was not just from below. His arm felt hot by itself, like grabbing a metal railing that has sat in the sun too long. The skin under my palm shifted in a way skin should not. It felt tight, stretched. In the blur of adrenaline, I felt something rise just under the heel of my hand, small, round swellings along the edge of my grip, like air bubbles trapped under a decal. My own skin wasn't much better. The back of my hand and forearm where the white jet of heat had struck throbbed in pulses. A deep, raw sting bloomed there, spreading. It felt like someone had poured boiling water over that patch of me and then pressed it into sand. The smell followed a heartbeat later. We had been smelling burned things all day, coal, old fires, whatever that wall was. This was different, closer, sharper. It crawled straight up the back of my throat and sat there. I knew it from every cookout I'd ever been to. every time someone dropped a piece of meat on the coals instead of the grate. From the cheap diners on my route, when the line cook forgot a burger on the flat top. That acrid, fatty tang of something that used to be alive cooking too fast. Except this time it was coming from us. "Pull," Mason yelled behind me. His voice frayed. His fists were still bunched in the back of my jacket, his whole weight yanking me away from the edge as I clung to Kyle. Below us, the thing moved. I could hear it even if I tried not to look. Each step it took in whatever passed for ground down there made a dry, brittle pop, like someone stepping on a layer of charcoal briquettes. The coals shifted and settled under it, throwing little sparks into the air that rode the hot drafts upward. Every time it moved an arm, there was that awful mechanical rattle, bone clicking against bone, bits of metal scraping, old wire still wrapped around some of the bones, creaked and stretched with the motion, making a faint, rubbery squeal. "Don't look at it," I told myself. And of course I looked. It was closer now. Not right under us. Not yet. But it had stepped out from the glowing pool toward the center of the cavern, the red light from below painting its bone and metal frame from underneath. The coals had stuck to its lower limbs, clinging in crumbling chunks that glowed, then dimmed, then dropped away. Its head was tipped up, that half skull angled so the intact socket pointed roughly where we were. The white steam pouring out of it had thinned again to a steady trickle, like the end of a breath. I could not tell if it could see us. It did not need eyes to know exactly where we were. It reached up. One of its arms unfolded, joint by mismatched joint, until its hand, or what passed for one, extended toward the underside of the tunnel. Long bones wired together flexed in unnatural directions as it found a place in the rock to brace against. Metal embedded in its forearm screeched against stone. Then it swung. The impact hit the underside of the tunnel directly beneath where we were sprawled. The whole structure shuddered. The broken panel we were kneeling on jumped under my knees, metal whining. Dust and soot rained down from the ceiling. The sound of the blow followed a second later, a deep, concussive whoomp that I felt in my ribs more than heard. Mason swore, his grip slipping for half a second on my jacket before tightening again. I slid closer to the edge, my stomach lurching as my center of gravity shifted. A shower of debris blew up through the hole. Most of it was dust and tiny fragments ash, bits of rock. But in the mix was something darker, heavier, a chunk of black material, about the size of my thumb, struck me across the cheek. For a second I thought it was just rock. Then the heat of it hit. It was like being hit by a coal flicked out of a campfire. The impact itself barely registered, but the burning did. A line of white-hot pain ripped across my skin from the corner of my mouth to halfway up my cheekbone. The smell of scorched hair joined everything else. A sharp, bitter sting. I jerked my head away, eyes watering, still refusing to let go of Kyle's wrist. My vision blurred. Tears cut clean tracks through the soot on my face. Below, Kyle's scream broke. It was not that he stopped. It changed. The full-throated yell of panic choked off into something rougher, ragged. There was a deeper note in it now, a horrible wetness. Like the air he was sucking in was too thick, too hot. Each breath he tried to drag in came out as a harsh, tearing rasp. "Pull," he gasped once, and the word tore itself apart halfway through. "We're trying," I shouted back, though by then my voice was barely more than a croak. My burned hand couldn't feel individual fingers anymore. It was all one mass of pain. My muscles spasmed, clawing tighter around him, but I could feel my grip slipping. Sweat and something else made his skin slick. Every time his body jerked below me, it stretched whatever was happening to his arm and mine. "We're losing him," Mason said behind me, but it was almost like he was saying it to himself. The thing below hit the underside of the tunnel again. This time, I was ready for the jolt, braced for it, but it still almost tore us away. The metal screamed, a high, wrenching shriek, and tilted another inch. The hot draft from the cavern surged up. My stomach rolled at the sudden shift in angle. And then, because there is always a moment where physics does not care what you want, my fingers simply failed. Maybe it was the sweat. Maybe it was the way the skin between my thumb and forefinger had started to feel loose and wrong. Maybe it was the numbness creeping in from the burns. All I know is that 1 second I could feel the shape of Kyle's wrist bones, tendons, the leather of his watch strap, and the next, there was nothing. He slipped out of my hand. For one suspended instant, there was a weightless feeling in my chest, like that moment at the top of a roller coaster when the car hangs. I heard him make a noise that wasn't quite a word, just a sharp, surprised sound. Breath and fear and understanding all at once. Then he was gone. The sound of his body hitting the bottom of that cavern did not match any sound a human being should be associated with. There was a thud. Yes, a heavy impact as he hit something that gave more than rock, but less than water. But it was muffled, not sharp, like he had landed in a bed of something soft and dense. Ash, maybe, bone, both. Almost immediately after, another noise rose up. It was a wet, tearing hiss, louder than the constant crackle of the fire. The closest comparison my brain offered up was the sound of dropping something cold and damp into very hot oil, a violent, spitting sear that goes on a beat too long. The smell that followed knocked the breath out of me. It came up in a wave, thicker than anything we had smelled so far, carrying with it an unmistakable edge. You can tell yourself you do not know what cooked human smells like. You can pretend. Your body knows anyway. My stomach turned inside out. I rolled onto my side, away from the edge, and everything I had managed to choke down that day: coffee, gas station snacks. Warm water came up in a hot rush. It splattered onto the bubbled floor, the acid burn in my throat barely registering over the burn in my arm. For a second or two, there was nothing in the world but that. The convulsion, the sour taste, my own gasping. Somewhere under it, there were other noises I could not let myself process. A shift of coals, a heavier movement, something like a low, pleased sound that could have been just more air moving through vents and pipes. When the heaving finally eased, I found myself on hands and knees, staring at what I'd just deposited on the floor. It was an ugly mess, foam and partly digested food streaked with darker patches from where I must have bitten my tongue. It spread and ran into the tiny channels in the warped surface, little tributaries of sick. Something solid sat in the middle of it. At first I thought it was a chunk of whatever I'd eaten last, but it was wrong for that. It did not break down in the liquid, did not soften or smear. It rested there, as if the acid and heat meant nothing to it. It was small, maybe the size of the last joint of my thumb. Black, matte, its surface cracked in a familiar pattern. I knew that texture now. I had run my fingers over it in the graveyard, in the tunnels. Burned bone. I reached out, because apparently I was incapable of learning, and nudged it with the tip of one finger. It was warm, Not from the vomit, not from the air. A steady warmth, like it held its own tiny ember inside. It did not belong to me. I have never had a bone that small. The implications landed slowly, like ash settling after a fire. Whatever was down there, whatever had been walking around in that heat and smoke, had put something inside me long before this moment, long enough ago that it had sat quietly, waiting, through truck stops and apartments and long empty highways. And now, for whatever reason, it had decided to come back out. 5.3, the moment it looked at me and knew my name. Mason was the one who moved first. I was still on my hands and knees, staring at that little black fragment in the puddle of my own vomit, when his hands grabbed the back of my jacket and yanked hard. "Get up," he rasped. "We have to go. Get up." My burned arm screamed as he dragged me, but the pain barely made it through the shock. My legs did not want to work. The tunnel tilted and lurched in my vision as he hauled me back from the broken edge of the floor, my boots leaving smears in the soot. We both slammed into the far wall and slid down. For a second, we just sat there in a heap, backs pressed to the hot concrete, lungs sawing. My body finally filed its complaints. My right hand felt like it had been dipped in boiling grease when I forced myself to look at it. The skin across the back was an angry, mottled red, already swelling. Clear fluid glistened in patches where blisters were trying to rise and getting burned off as soon as they formed. Ash stuck to the raw spots in gray clumps. My forearm was worse. A red band wrapped around it just below the elbow, the edges already turning a darker color, like meat on the edge of a grill. Every tiny movement made it throb in pulses that synced up with my heartbeat. My face burned along one side where the hot chunk had hit. I could feel the skin tightening as it cooled, a long, stinging line from my lip toward my cheekbone. My eyes watered constantly, both from the pain and the smoke. Every breath I took rashed my throat with heat and sulfur. Mason did not look much better. Blood trickled from a cut at his hairline, tracking through ash down his temple. The whites of his eyes were streaked red. He clutched his camera to his chest like it was a life jacket, his fingers so tight around it they had gone pale. There was a ringing in my head, a high, persistent whine, like the aftermath of a gunshot. Under it, new sounds pushed through. Kyle was not screaming anymore. I do not know if that was better or worse. The absence of his voice was its own kind of scream, a negative space too big to think about. The fire down in the cavern crackled, coals shifting and popping as if something heavy moved among them. Then the thing down there spoke. Spoke is the only word I have, but it does not fit right. It didn't sound like a person shouting up from a hole. It sounded like a building collapsing very slowly, and someone had found a way to hide syllables inside the noise. It lifted its head. I could see the motion in the corner of my vision, which means my idiot brain was still tracking it even while I tried to look anywhere else. The half-skull angled straight toward us, that glowing socket sending up its thin stream of white. The first sound it made was just a grinding, a low, gut-deep rumble like coal falling in a chute. Then something in that furnace chest sucked in air, and what came out next carried shape. It wasn't one voice. It was a stack of them, a chorus of dry, cracking throats, all trying to say the same thing at once and almost lining up. Some of the strands were higher, some lower. One sounded like an old man's rasp, another like something you hear on a bad radio with too much static. Underneath everything was a constant sigh, like wind through ribs. My name came up through that mess. Not hey man or you or boy, my full name. Every syllable, clean, perfect, dripping out of that broken mouth like something it had been practicing. It did not yell it. It did not roar. It said it almost conversationally. If you can imagine someone talking to you from inside a furnace full of bone, the sound rolled up the shaft and hit me in the chest. There is a very particular feeling that comes with hearing your own name in a place where no one who should know it is present. It is worse when whatever is saying it has no business having lungs. The first time I heard that name in Ashfield had been at the gas station. The old man checking the name on my card, reading it out like paperwork, mundane, ordinary. It belonged there. Now it was being pulled apart and reassembled by something that had never looked me in the eye above ground and still knew exactly what to call me. My stomach clenched, but there was nothing left to throw up. It knows you, Mason whispered, as if I needed the reminder. No, I said automatically, which was the kind of lie that collapses even as you say it. It's just echoing. Something I said. The cameras. The creature said my name again, almost experimentally, stretching the vowels, trying them on. Trying. One of the voices under the main one lagged a half beat behind, repetition over repetition, like a badly synced recording. It did not say Kyle's name. It did not say Mason's, just mine. Then it knocked. If the pounding we'd heard under my apartment and the truck and the graveyard had been the distant testing of fingers, this was the full hand. The thing drew its arm back, bone and rebar flexing, then hammered it into the wall of the cavern. The sound was a blunt, booming thump that filled the tunnel like a physical force. Dust leapt from the ceiling. Little chips of rock bounced off my shoulders. A half second later, it did it again. Thump. Loose pieces of slag and coal shook free from the wall of skulls down the tunnel, pattering onto the floor in a macabre little rain. My burned arm shrieked at the vibration. The third blow was the worst, not because it was louder, but because of what answered it. Thump. This time, the reverberation did not just roll up through our tunnel. It went outward, down other unseen shafts, through other rooms and fractures under the town. The sound seemed to get thinner as it traveled, but it did not disappear. Somewhere off to our left, deep in the hill, we heard another knock answer, fainter, but with the same 3-beat rhythm. Then another set from further away, tinny and muffled, like it was several tunnels removed. Then another, and another. It was like hearing a code pass through a network you did not know existed until that moment. 3 beats here, 3 there. The noise bouncing and echoing in ways that suggested there were far more cavities under Ashfield than any map had ever shown. My burned skin crawled. The fragment I had coughed up suddenly felt heavier in my pocket, even though I had not put it there. Later, when I checked, I would find it in the jacket pocket I did not remember using. "We're leaving," Mason said, voice suddenly sharp, decisive. "Now. We're done. We're done." He grabbed my good arm and hauled me to my feet. My legs wobbled. The tunnel lurched again, but this time it was just the blood pounding in my head. Behind us, the broken section of floor groaned, a sound like metal being slowly bent. The heat gusted up again, harsher, like something had stepped closer to the opening. I did not look back. We stumbled toward the stairs, flashlights jerking wildly. The beam from Mason's landed on the metal steps, on the sweat-slick railing. on the streaks of soot our hands had left on the way down. The whispering from the wall rose in pitch as we passed, a frantic chittering just on the edge of hearing. Some part of my mind that still thought like a person wondered if the bones were trying to warn us or cheer for whatever lived among them. Our boots clanged on the first few steps like gunshots. The air got marginally cooler with each rise, but it still felt like we were climbing inside an oven. Behind us, from the cavern, came the sound of bone and metal dragging against stone. Not fast, not running, just moving with heavy, deliberate purpose. It had stood in that heat for decades, maybe longer. It did not have to rush. Go, go. Mason panted, pushing me ahead of him whenever I faltered. Keep your hand on the rail. Don't look down. Don't look down. I didn't. Not because he told me to, but because I knew if I did and saw that half skull looking up the shaft, I'd freeze. Halfway up, my burned leg buckled on a step. I caught myself on the railing with my bad hand out of instinct. Agony shot up my arm like electricity. The metal felt almost cool compared to what I'd just touched, but the contact scraped the raw skin, tearing something that was trying, pointlessly, to heal. Dark spots crowded the edges of my vision. The tunnel narrowed to a tight, suffocating circle around the next step and the next. By the time we burst through the metal door into the fan house, the air outside felt like winter after a furnace. It was still warm by Pennsylvania standards, but compared to the mine, it was practically cold. I sucked in a breath that tasted like dust and old oil and nearly sobbed with relief. We staggered across the little room, knocking into abandoned control panels, sending a cascade of old papers skittering to the floor. The boards we'd pried off the outer door earlier seemed to loom in front of us, a flimsy barrier between that thing and the rest of the world. We squeezed through the gap like smoke escaping. The daylight hit my eyes like a blow. Even the cloudy afternoon felt blinding after the yellow tunnels. The smell of coal smoke was still there, but the clean edge of wind cut through it. I made it 3 steps out into the scrub before my legs finally decided they'd had enough. The world tilted, then tipped. I went down on my side in the dirt. The impact jolted my arm, my ribs, my burned cheek. The sky overhead spun in a slow, lazy circle clouds smeared across it like gray fingerprints. Somewhere far below my ear, I could still hear the deep, hollow thrum of something knocking. Fainter now, muted by layers of earth, but present. Thump. A longer pause. Thump. It was like a heart that did not care what beat above it. My hearing went in and out. The wind rushed, then receded. Mason was saying something, but his words came through syrup, pulled apart and delayed. And then I heard Kyle. Not from below, not echoing up the shaft, right next to me. It was his voice. No question. The same rough edge, the same lazy Midwestern vowels, but it wasn't screaming. It wasn't even strained. It was close and intimate. The way someone sounds when they lean in at a noisy bar and speak straight into your ear so only you can hear. "It's not stuck down here," he said. I felt breath hot. Dry brush the unburned side of my face. There was no one there. "It's just sleeping." The words slid into my head as if they'd been waiting for the door to crack. By the time I realized my body had gone rigid, by the time I tried to turn my head to see if anyone was actually beside me, the darkness rolled over. Consciousness folded up like someone closed a book, and the last thing I was aware of was the dull, distant feeling of the earth under my back. warm in a way that felt less like sun and more like something moving somewhere below. 6.1. The official version: accident in an abandoned mine. When I woke up, the ceiling was wrong. That was my first thought. The last thing I remembered clearly was gray sky spinning, Mason's voice fading, and the sense that the ground itself was breathing under my back. Now I was staring at a grid of white acoustic tiles, one of them discolored in the corner where something had leaked, and a fluorescent light fixture humming a dull, steady note overhead. The air did not smell like coal smoke anymore. It smelled like disinfectant and plastic and whatever they used to mop hospital floors. Under that, the faint metallic edge of blood and whatever chemical they used to pretend it is not there. My body found its way into the picture one pain at a time. The skin on my chest and left side felt too tight, like someone had wrapped me in cling film and then hit me with a hairdryer. Anytime I drew breath. The bandages there pulled, a slow, burning drag. My right arm was a clean, cold ache from wrist to elbow. The kind of pain that has burned so hot, it looped back around to something heavy and numb. I tried to flex my fingers and felt each one individually, swollen and stiff inside thick layers of gauze. The sheet against my legs was the cheapest hospital linen imaginable, rough and thin. But it may as well have been sandpaper. Every time some breeze from the vent shifted it the slightest bit, my skin flinched. There was a curtain partially drawn around my bed, that institutional green every hospital in America seems to agree on. Like the color was designed by a committee trying to pick something calming and landing on sickly. Beyond it, I could hear the mechanical chorus of a medical floor, distant wheels squeaking, a cart rattling, someone coughing wetly and then apologizing for it, even though no one had asked them to. Next to the bed, a monitor beeped at measured intervals, a calm, indifferent sound, charting my heartbeat as if it were any other patient's. The TV mounted in the high corner, facing the bed, was playing a daytime talk show with the sound turned down. A host in a bright dress was mid-laugh, one hand on a guest's arm, subtitles crawling along the bottom about 10 unexpected ways to spice up weeknight dinners. I watched her mouth move, trying to remember what spicy food tasted like. The curtain rasped aside. A cop stepped in first, not in full uniform, no hat, but the badge was on his belt, and the gun on his hip pulled your eye whether you wanted it to or not. He was in his 50s, maybe, with the kind of face that had seen every kind of dumb thing people do and run out of ways to be surprised by it. Behind him came another man in business casual, holding a clipboard and a folder. Investigator, adjuster, something with safety or liability in the title. I guessed. Afternoon, the cop said. How you feeling? Like I got hit by a truck. I croaked. Then I realized how that sounded, considering my job, not one of mine. He huffed a little through his nose. Not quite a laugh, but the ghost of one. The ghost of... The other man gave me that professional, sympathetic half smile. You're lucky to be alive, he said. I'm Mark Caldwell, with the State Mine Safety Board. This is Officer Hensley, local PD. We need to get your statement while things are still fresh. Fresh. The memory of Kyle's wrist slipping through my fingers, of the sound after, of the smell. All surged up at once, and for a second I thought I might throw up again. There was nothing in my stomach to come up, just acid and air. I swallowed hard and felt the bandages tug across my chest. Can you tell us why you were in a restricted mine fire area? Caldwell asked. pen already poised over his clipboard. Because my friend wanted content, and I wanted to stop feeling like a ghost with a pulse, I thought. Because a dead town whispered to me in my sleep. Because something under there had my name in its mouth. Stupidity, I said out loud. My voice was a sandpaper scrape. We were exploring. We'd seen stuff online about the town. Kyle wanted to film. I was driving. Did you see any warning signs? Hensley asked. I pictured the faded danger. Mine fire. Do not enter sign on the fan house. The underlined do not. The sarcastic I'm not your mom tag. Someone had sprayed under it. The way my fingers had pried at the boards anyway. Yeah, I said. We went in anyway. Caldwell wrote something down. Check boxes on a form. So you entered the fan house, proceeded into the access tunnel. He said, almost like he was reciting it to save me the effort. At some point inside, the floor gave way. Your friend fell into a void created by subsidence over an active fire zone. He looked up at me. Is that accurate? In broad strokes, I said. My throat tried to laugh and almost turned it into a cough instead. The floor wasn't the only thing that gave way. Were there any unusual conditions? He pressed. Smoke, visible flames, unusual smells. I remembered the wall of fused bone, the way it exhaled, the way the skulls seemed to tilt, the gouge on my cheek where a chunk of whatever it was had hit. Yeah, I said, choosing my words carefully. It was hot as hell, smelled like sulfur, burned, everything. I glanced down at my wrapped arm. We saw fire glowing down there. Coal, rock. Couldn't see him once he fell. Not really. Not in a way that would make sense on paper. Anyway, no physical contact with the fire itself prior to the floor collapse, he asked. Pen hovering. I hesitated. The burns on my arm throbbed like they disagreed. I reached down for him. I said, there was a lot of heat. It hit us. I don't know how much touched me. Caldwell's pen scratched. Given the temperatures involved in long-term underground coal fires, the likelihood of recovering your friend's remains is... He paused, searching for a softer word and finding none. Minimal. The heat effectively destroys organic material. That's one way to put it, I said, staring at the textured hospital blanket so I would not have to look at their faces. Hensley shifted his weight. We're going to have to file this as trespassing, he said, not unkindly. There'll be some fines, and we'll need contact information for your friend's next of kin. But nobody's looking at jail. Not unless there's more you're not telling us. There it was. The opening. I could see myself saying it. There's something under that town made out of everybody who ever died in it. It walks around on their bones. It called me by name. I could see their eyes hardening. The glance they'd exchange. Whatever box Caldwell kept on his form for mental instability refer to psych. Instead, I said, no, that's it. Stupid guys. Bad decisions. Floor went. Fire took him. Caldwell nodded like a man who had heard that story, in different words, 100 times. We'll have a complete report for you to review before it's finalized, he said. It'll detail the structural failure, the age of the tunnel, the impact of the fire on the integrity of the floor. The official cause of death will be accidental. Accidental, as if the town had tripped and Kyle had landed in its mouth by coincidence. When they left, The room felt bigger and smaller at the same time. The TV hosts were still laughing silently in the corner. The captions now about 5 ways to reignite the spark in your marriage. The monitor beside me beeped on, unconcerned with anything that didn't show up on its little green line. Later, a hospital therapist came in. Young guy. Beard a little too carefully trimmed. Dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up like he wanted to look both professional and relatable. He dragged a plastic chair over and sat where the cop had been. "I read your chart," he said. "You've been through something traumatic. Your friend passed away. You nearly did. You're going to relive his fall over and over again in your mind. That's normal." He watched my face, waiting for some sign I was connecting with that. "You might feel guilty." He continued when I did not speak. "Survivor's guilt is a very common response. Why him and not me?" That sort of thinking. It can be overwhelming, but there are tools we can work with to... I thought about reliving the fall. The moment his wrist slid away, the sound his body made when it hit those coals, he was not wrong. Those images were not going anywhere. But that was not the part that kept replaying in the quiet minutes between beeps. "I'm not just reliving the fall," I said finally. "I'm hearing my name." He blinked. "From who in the tunnel?" I said. "After he fell. Before we got out. Something down there said my name." He nodded slowly. The way they teach you in school to nod when your patient says something they think is big. Hearing your name can be part of the brain trying to process overwhelming fear. He said, "It anchors onto something familiar." Sometimes people hear loved ones, or other voices. It doesn't mean there was anything actually there. There was. I said. He smiled in that soft, tolerant way that made me want to smash something. Whether it was real or not, your brain experienced it as real, he said. That's what matters for our purposes. We'll work on grounding techniques, breathing, sensory anchors. So when those memories come, you don't get swept away by them. Grounding. The word scraped across something in me and left it raw. After he left, the room eventually settled into night mode. Lights dimmed in the hall. The TV was turned down even further, though no one bothered to shut it off. The talk show looped into some hospital channel movie about a divorced woman finding herself through baking. The smell did not change. If anything, it got stronger, like the cleaning chemicals exhaled from the walls when the air conditioning cycled. For the first time since the mine, there were no other human voices in the room, just the beep of the monitor, the occasional whoosh of the HVAC kicking on nothing like the sound we'd heard in the cavern, but close enough to make my muscles tense up, and the soft squeak of a nurse's shoes in the hallway every so often. I tried to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, my burned cheek pulsed, sending bright, random sparks of pain across my field of vision. At some point, I realized the monitor next to me had fallen into rhythm with my unease. The beeps came a little faster, a little higher. My chest rose and fell more quickly than it should have for someone lying still. That was when I heard it. 3 knocks, not loud, not like someone banging on a door, but clear, solid. Tuk, tuk, tuk. They came from under the bed. I froze. For a second, I told myself it was the frame settling, or someone in the room below mine dropping something against their ceiling. But I have lived in enough apartments to know the difference between pipes and intention. There was a pause. Then, again, slightly louder. Took. My heart monitor spiked. I could hear the beeps speed up. Frantic. The sound in the hallway paused. A nurse poked her head in, glanced at the machine, adjusted something on the IV pole, and left again, humming under her breath. She had not heard it. I forced myself to move. It was clumsy, awkward, one-armed, but I turned my head enough to look over the edge of the bed. The motion pulled at my burns and sent a slice of pain down my side. I peered into the shadow under the mattress. Nothing. Just the metal frame. The trapezoid of darkness between it and the linoleum. And a couple of old stains on the floor from spills that had never quite come clean. No pipes. No vents. No space for anyone to be hiding. The room felt smaller. I eased back onto the pillow, breathing shallow. The monitor slowed a little, but did not quite return to baseline. I told myself I was going to keep my eyes open until morning. Above me, in the ceiling, there was a loud, hollow bang as the heating system kicked on. Then another, and another. Bang, bang, bang. 3 times. Not the same pitch as the knocks under the bed, lower and more resonant, but placed just so. A reply. I lay there, caught between the 2 sets of echoes, feeling very much like the meat in someone else's experiment. When I finally dared glance at the TV, needing some other visual input, some distraction, the cooking show was still on. Some celebrity chef was demonstrating how to sear a steak without a grill. The camera zoomed in on a pan. The picture flickered. For a second, the image tore sideways, colors smearing. Static crawled up from the bottom of the screen in a gray wave, the way it used to when you changed channels on an old set too fast. The sound, which had been a muted murmur, cut out completely. In its place, just for a heartbeat or two, there was a different picture. A fireplace. Not the kind in a cozy living room. Something industrial. Deep. Its mouth lined with rough brick. Inside, coals glowed a furious orange and red. Piled high. Among them, pale shapes jutted curves, hollows, sharp edges, skulls. They sat half buried in the coals, eye sockets dark, teeth grinning black, the firelight licking at their surfaces. A fine veil of ash drifted down in front of the scene. Like gray snow, I heard the crackle, too, not through the room, but inside my head. The familiar dry snapping of burning coal. Then the static snapped again, and the steak was back, sizzling in its pan. The subtitle reading, "You want that nice Maillard reaction." The volume came back up a notch. The chef's voice suddenly audible until the outside is charred just right. The nurse, who had just walked past the doorway, did not even glance at the TV. I lay there, skin throbbing. The afterimage of those coals burned onto my vision, and realized the official version of what had happened in Ashfield might fit neatly onto a form in some state office. Whatever version was playing on that screen, whatever was knocking under my bed and in the ducts, did not care about paperwork. 6.2. The stone that should have stayed in Ashfield. The hoodie showed up on day 3. Until then, I had been stuck in the same faded hospital gown, thin, open in the back, designed more for convenience than dignity. At some point, one of the nurses must have gone through my personal effects, because when I woke from a fitful nap one afternoon, my old black hoodie was hanging over the back of the plastic visitor's chair. Hood pooled on the seat. Seeing it there hit me harder than I expected. It was the one I'd worn into Ashfield. Same worn cuffs, same faint grease smears from hauling boxes. A little dustier now, maybe, but intact. Outlasting Kyle felt like an insult. That night, when the floor quieted down and the hallway lights dimmed, I started worrying it between my fingers. I was half watching the TV, some rerun of a cop show, where the detectives always catch the bad guy right before the last commercial, and half listening for knocks that might or might not have been there. My burned arm lay on top of the blanket, throbbing in its wrapping. With my good hand, I reached over and tugged the hoodie closer, needing some stupid contact with the world outside this room. As I pulled it toward me, the fabric sagged oddly, like there was weight in the pocket that should not have been there. The hoodie had been on my body when they pulled me out of Ashfield. I remembered that much. But I also remembered going into the mine with my pockets empty, no keys, no wallet. Nothing I didn't want melting to my leg if things went south. That's what the glove box was for. Curious in that slow, drugged way, I worked my fingers into the kangaroo pocket. My hand brushed something hard and warm, not the warmth of fabric that had soaked up body heat. This felt like a rock that had been sitting in the sun. A little electric creep ran up my spine. I hesitated, then curled my fingers around it and pulled it out. It sat in my palm like a piece of night someone had broken off and forgotten to put back. About the size of a large egg, but uneven. Rough on some sides and slick on others. Black, mostly, but not dead black. The surface had a sheen to it, a glassy shine in patches, like cooled slag. Thin networks of cracks spiderwebbed across it. Tiny lines etched into the surface. In the dim hospital light, those cracks looked darker than the rest, like veins. I turned it slightly, and something inside caught the fluorescent glow from above. Between the fissures, in one thin line, a faint ember-red glimmer pulsed. Not bright, not even consistent, just there. A suggestion of color deep inside the stone, like a coal that refuses to go fully out. "That's not possible," I muttered. I didn't remember picking it up. That was the first problem. I could account for most of the time between stepping out of the truck in Ashfield and waking up here in flashes and jagged frames, a graveyard, a gas station, a wall of skulls, a hole, fire, Kyle's wrist. At no point in that mess do I recall bending down and saying, "Hey, free rock." And yet, here it was, with the monitor beeping steadily in the background. I set the stone on the metal bedside table, next to the little plastic cup the nurses left my pills in. It landed with more sound than its size warranted. A faint metallic tink that echoed a little in the quiet room. Then, a second after it came to rest, I heard it. Tick. Not loud. More like the sound of glass cooling in a sink, or ice cracking in a drink. A tiny high note that did not belong in a hospital room. I leaned closer. The rock just sat there. I reached out and tapped it with one finger. The surface was hot, not enough to burn, not like the thing in the mine, but warmer than anything in that room had a right to be. The table was cool under my bare forearm. The air conditioning vent continued to cough out its lukewarm breeze. The stone ignored both. I left my finger there a second longer than I meant to, under my touch. The faint red glow inside the cracks seemed to brighten a fraction, like an eye opening a little wider. The warmth lapped at my skin. It reminded me of standing too close to one of those decorative gas fireplaces people put in fancy hotel lobbies, artificial, steady, unnatural. My stomach tightened. I pulled my hand back and wiped my finger on the sheet, even though there was nothing visible there. The TV droned on in the corner. Some detective leaning over a crime scene, spotlight on a bullet casing. The subtitles marched across the bottom, unbothered. This doesn't make any sense. There's no way he got in from the outside. Join the club, I muttered. That was when the memory hit me. Not a flash this time, but a slow bleed in at the edges of my awareness. The gas station, the old man's hands, stained oil dark, tapping that counter. Don't leave with anything from here, he'd said. Stone, dirt, nothing. It counts what it loses. I'd thought he was just talking about the town like some old-timer who didn't want tourists pocketing bits of his history. A weird superstition to go with the mine fire. Now there was a piece of the fire sitting on my hospital tray. Ticking. I stared at it, listening. If I held my breath, I could hear it better. Not just the occasional tick of something expanding or contracting. There was a softer sound too, so faint I thought I might be imagining it. A tiny crackle, like the sound a log makes hours after the flames die down, when it's just glowing in the dark, rearranging its structure grain by grain. The air around the table felt a degree warmer, enough that when I moved my hand closer, I could feel the gradient. I did a quick inventory of my pockets in my head. Had I ever handled anything like this before Ashfield? Some novelty lava rock, some piece of furnace slag someone gave me? No, this was new. Which meant there were two options. Either someone had put it in my pocket after the fact, one hell of a sick joke, or I had done it and forgotten. Given how the rest of Ashfield had gone, I didn't love either option. I picked the stone up again, this time with my fingertips, trying to minimize contact. It was definitely warmer now. My fingertips tingled where they touched it, a pins and needles sensation masked under the steady heat. You're not supposed to be here, I told it, because what else do you say to a cursed souvenir? I thought of the black chip I had seen in my vomit earlier, the one that felt warm even in the acid. That had been bone, charred, wrong. This was rock mostly, but they both had that same stubborn refusal to be just things, like pieces of something bigger that refused to stay where they were put, without meaning to. I cupped the stone in my palm again. The warmth seeped into the meat of my hand. A slow, insistent pressure swelled under my skin, like a balloon inflating in my palm. My brain was slow from the meds, from the pain, from the lack of sleep. It took me a second too long to realize what I was doing. I should have dropped it back onto the table. Instead, I held onto it. The cracks in the surface seemed to shift, just slightly, like the stone was flexing. A sharp sting crawled across my palm. I looked down. The skin in the center of my hand was blooming red, darker than the rest. Little branches of color spidered outward, following the same pattern as the fractures on the stone thin. Branching lines radiating from a central point. For one horrifying second they glowed, not like fire, but like irritation peaked to the point of light. The lines puffed up, raised welts cutting across my palm in a web. I yanked my hand away and the stone dropped onto the metal with a dull clack. The red network on my skin pulsed. A thin tendril of smoke curled up from one of the lines, so faint you wouldn't see it in any other room but a white hospital cube. The smell that followed it was unmistakable burned skin, close and personal. Jesus Christ, I hissed through my teeth. I wanted to run my hand under cold water, but there was nowhere to go. The plastic pitcher on the tray held room temperature water at best. I poured some over my palm anyway. The cheap hospital cup sloshing. The water hissed when it hit. Or maybe that was my imagination. The raised lines cooled, deflating, fading back into the general anger of the burn. The pattern was gone within a minute, melting back into the rest of my damaged skin as if it had never been there. The smell hung around longer. I sat back, breathing shallow, staring at the stone like it might sprout legs and walk. The door swung open, and one of the night nurses came in, pushing a cart with blood pressure cuffs and a little portable computer. She looked tired in the way only people on the graveyard shift do. Coffee breath and under-eye concealer, fighting a losing war. "How we doing in here?" she asked, glancing at the monitor. "Heart rate's a little high. You in more pain?" "Something like that," I said, curling my hand under the blanket where she couldn't see the last of the redness. She frowned at the monitor, tapped the screen, then shook her head. "We've been having issues all night. Fire alarms going off on the floor above us, then 2 floors down, but there's never any smoke. Maintenance thinks it's the wiring. Old building and all that?" She rolled her eyes half-heartedly. "You'd think in a place full of oxygen tanks we'd get the good fire system." "Right, yeah," I said. My voice sounded distant in my own ears. As she turned to wheel her cart closer, the stone on the metal tray made a sound. It was tiny, almost polite. A sharp, decisive crack, like a knuckle popping. I felt it more than heard it, a little flare of warmth that pushed out into the room. The air around my face got a shade hotter, like someone had opened a door to a heated hallway. The nurse didn't react. Her attention was on the cuff she was wrapping around my upper arm, on the numbers on her screen. I looked down at the stone. A new hairline fracture had appeared across its surface, bisecting one of the old ones. Where it crossed, the faint red glow pulsed, just once, brighter than before, then dimmed back down to a sullen ember. It reminded me of the way a lung sounds when something deep inside it shifts. I realized then that leaving Ashfield hadn't meant I'd left it. I'd brought a piece of it with me, warm and ticking on a hospital tray, counting something I didn't understand. 6.3. Home isn't solid ground anymore. The day they discharged me, the doctor handed me a packet of papers thick enough to choke on. There were instructions about dressing changes, a printout about 2nd and 3rd degree burns, a list of prescriptions with names too long to say out loud. Somewhere in the middle was a paragraph that said, in polite medical language, "Try to avoid stress and intrusive thoughts related to the incident. Just don't think about it," he said, summarizing an entire field of psychiatry in one sentence. "Focus on your recovery." "Sure," I said. "I'll put that on my to-do list." They wheeled me out through the automatic doors in one of those hospital chairs that make everyone look smaller than they are. The world outside was too bright and too loud. Cars hissed past on wet asphalt. Someone shouted into their phone by the drop-off zone about a late order. A delivery truck's reverse alarm beeped. Backing into the loading dock, the air smelled like rain and exhaust and distant fried food. Underneath it, faint as a memory, I still caught sulfur. I couldn't go back to my old place. 3rd floor walk-up, no elevator. Stairs too narrow and steep for the way my legs still trembled. Besides, just the thought of the old apartment, those polite knocks under the floor. The way the smoke detector had started chirping for no reason made my skin crawl. So I found something cheaper, ground level, A one-bedroom facing the back of a strip mall about 20 minutes from the hospital. First month free. Updated appliances. No credit check if you paid cash. The leasing office had a sad little fountain out front with no water in it, and a flagpole with a faded American flag permanently twisted around the metal. My new world, as viewed from the sliding glass door in the living room, was the backside of America. A row of dumpsters, the stained concrete behind a Dollar Tree, an off-brand gym, a nail salon, a vape shop, a Chinese takeout place with its back door propped open most afternoons so steam and garlic could roll out into the alley. Beyond that, a Walmart parking lot with its sea of sodium lamps, always at least half full, no matter the hour. It was cheap, which was the point. My workers' comp checks weren't going to last forever, and it was easier to walk from my couch to the parking lot than to climb any stairs. My burns pulled and twinged with every step, but I could shuffle from the bedroom to the kitchen to the bathroom without blacking out. That counted as a win. I moved in stages. A buddy from the route helped me with the bigger stuff: my mattress, my thrift store couch, the beat-up table that passed for a desk. The rest was boxes, clothes, a crate of DVDs, my laptop, a coffee maker because if I was going to be haunted, I might as well be caffeinated, and the stone. I thought about leaving it behind. I really did. There was a moment in the hospital when I pictured myself walking it down to the loading dock, finding some empty waste barrel, and dropping it in, letting the trash guys roll it out to wherever hospital trash goes to die. I couldn't make myself do it, somehow. Knowing where it was felt safer than not knowing. Knowing it was in my pocket during discharge, wrapped in a cheap motel washcloth the nurse had tucked in with my hoodie like a kindness. Felt better than imagining it lying forgotten on some hospital tray, warming up whatever room they moved it to. So it came with me. When I unpacked the first night, I took the wrapped bundle out of my duffel last. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, looking at the plain laminate counters, the electric stove with its black coils, the fridge humming in the corner, and told myself I was being crazy. Then I put the stone, still wrapped, in the top drawer of the nightstand in the bedroom, between a paperback someone had given me in the hospital and an old phone charger. I shut the drawer carefully. There, I said out loud, to no one, out of sight. Out of sight is not the same as gone. The first few days, I tried to play recovery by the book, take the pills on schedule, change the dressings like the nurse had showed me, avoiding the mirror as much as I could. When I peeled the white gauze back and saw the angry new landscapes, my skin had become shiny, pink, pulled tight in some places, puckered in others. Make coffee in the mornings with my good hand. One of those cheap supermarket blends that taste like burnt cardboard but still make the kitchen smell like life. From the outside, I guess it looked normal enough. Guy with a limp shuffling around his apartment in sweatpants, watching too much daytime TV, scrolling his phone until his eyes hurt. It was the little things that started to go sideways. The building ran on electric, not gas. The landlord had been very clear about that. Cheaper that way, he said, tapping the side of his nose, like he was letting me in on some great conspiracy. No gas leaks to worry about. Fire alarms work. You're golden. So there was no reason for the faint sulfur smell that showed up in my kitchen every night around 1 or 2 in the morning. It wasn't strong. Not the full hit you get when a match first flares. Not like the good old days in the mine. More like a background note. I'd be standing at the sink, rinsing dishes so I didn't wake up to crusted over plates. and it would slide in under the smell of dish soap and leftover stir-fry and eggy. Mineral thing that made the back of my tongue twitch. The first time I noticed it, I checked the stove 3 times. All the knobs were off. The burners were cold. I wrote it off as a neighbor's cooking. It got harder to write off when it started showing up in the bathroom. I'd pad in there around 3 a.m. Half asleep, the tile cool under my bare feet. And as soon as I stepped fully onto the floor, warmth would rise through the soles of my feet. Not the whole floor, not like underfloor heating, just one patch, about the size of a dinner plate, near the middle of the room. It was subtle enough that I could have ignored it, if not for everything else, if I stood there long enough. The heat grew until it felt like standing over a vent. I tested it one afternoon in the full light, because things are always less scary when the sun is out, and there's a game murmuring on the TV in the next room. I filled a bucket with hot water and cleaner, got down on my good knee, and started scrubbing the tile. The grout lines were old and stained, no amount of elbow grease going to make them look new. Near the center of the floor, between 2 off-white tiles, I noticed a thin, dark line I hadn't clocked before, a crack. It ran straight for maybe 4 inches, thin as a hair, just wide enough that if you ran a fingernail over it, you could feel the dip. When I pushed the rag across it, water seeped into the line and pooled for a second. Then, to my eyes, it disappeared. The crack drank it. I assumed it had just seeped into whatever was under the tile plywood, concrete, whatever passed for a subfloor in this place. Still, a crack in the bathroom floor isn't good news in a rental, so I made a mental note to tell the landlord. I forgot. Other things pushed their way to the front, like the pipes. The walls in the apartment were thin. I could hear my upstairs neighbor's TV through the ceiling, the thud of footsteps in the hall, the neighbor on the other side yelling at his kids to get off Fortnite and do their homework. Normal apartment noise. The plumbing had its own personality. When the guy upstairs flushed, a rush of water snarled through the vertical stack behind my bathroom wall. When someone showered, there was a steady hiss and an occasional clank as the hot water expanded the pipes. Then there were the 3 knocks. They started a week after I got home. I woke at 2:14 a.m. to the familiar cocktail of pain and bad dreams, my mouth dry. The room lit only by the orange wash from the strip mall outside bleeding in around the edges of the blinds. The fridge hummed. The fan on my laptop, asleep on the nightstand, clicked once as it cooled, and then, from inside the wall behind my headboard, came 3 dull, hollow taps. Tock, tock, tock. Not the sharp sound of someone knocking on drywall. This was deeper, more resonant, like knuckles on thick pipe, or bone on something that rang. I held my breath, counting out the silence that followed. I told myself it was just the pipes cooling, a normal building fart, the way hot water makes metal expand and then contract. The next night, it happened again. Different time. 3:07 a.m., same 3-beat rhythm, same depth to it. This time, it seemed to come from lower down, near where the baseboard met the floor. A couple nights after that, at almost exactly 3, I was standing in the kitchen drinking water, watching my reflection in the sliding glass door. Behind me, the dim outline of the room couch, TV, lamp. Outside, the sodium lights painted the parking lot in sickly yellow. From under the kitchen sink, behind the cabinet doors, something tapped 3 times. Tock, tock, tock. The glass in my hand shook. A little water sloshed over the side and ran down my burned fingers, cold and shocking. Then the fridge compressor kicked on, and the normal noises of the room rushed back in. The stone stayed in the drawer, most of the time, sometimes, late at night, when the knocks in the walls and under the floor had gotten too precise to ignore. I'd find myself standing in the bedroom in the half-dark, hand on the nightstand handle. I'd tell myself I just wanted to check on it, make sure it hadn't changed, as if it were a pet that might have learned a new trick. The few times I gave in and opened the drawer, the wrapped bundle lay exactly where I'd left it. But when my fingers closed around the cloth, warmth pulsed up into my hand. The kind of warmth that has nothing to do with room temperature if I held it for more than a second. A faint crackle started under my palm, and the skin on my bad arm itched along the scars like something inside was turning over. I didn't open the cloth, not at home. Pulling the stone out in a hospital felt like a mistake. Pulling it out here, where the floor was already acting like a thin lid over something hot, felt worse. One afternoon, as I was mopping the bathroom again, I noticed the crack between the tiles had widened. Not by much, maybe just enough that the tip of my little finger could fit in. The water from the mop pooled in it and bubbled, just once, a tiny air burp. When I pressed my ear to the floor like an idiot in a movie, holding my burned cheek just above the cold tile, I heard something. Not words, not even whispers, just a soft, steady hiss, like air being drawn past rough surfaces. Every few seconds, there was a faint, almost polite tick, as if something far below was adjusting itself. I pulled my head back up, heart hammering, and told myself I was hearing the building's plumbing. That night, I dreamt I was back in the mine, not the hole where Kyle fell, not the cavern where the thing stood, a corridor. In the dream, the tunnel was clean, the walls were concrete, the floor smooth, painted gray. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, humming a tune I knew from the hospital. My burned arm didn't hurt. My steps clicked on the floor like I was wearing work boots, not limping. Ahead of me, a green exit sign glowed in the dim, the kind you see above doors in every public building. In Ashfield, when we'd first gone into the fan house, there'd been an ancient one half hanging from a bracket. Letters faded. This one was new, bright. I got closer. The outline of a door beneath it sharpened. Printed under the glowing exit, in small white letters, was an address. Not Ashfield Mine Number 3. Not a route number. My address, apartment number and all. I woke up with my heart pounding against my ribs, like it was trying to get out. The bedroom was dark, except for the orange strip mall light. My sheets were twisted around my legs, damp with sweat. The air smelled faintly of sulfur, and under that, of my own fear. As I lay there, trying to convince myself it was just a dream and not a warning label, the cheap fluorescent in the kitchen flicked off and on once by itself. The bulb made a little buzzing protest, then settled at its usual half flicker. The smoke detector in the hallway, a yellowing plastic disc I'd stopped even seeing my first day here, let out a single, sharp beep. Not the regular low battery chirp, just one loud, clear note in the quiet. I told myself, again, that it was the battery. Then, from directly under my bed, the sound came. 3 knocks, slow, Measured, confident. Tock, tock, tock. The frame trembled. Every piece of ground I'd been told was safe, from hospital floors to cheap apartment tile, suddenly felt less like foundation and more like a lid someone had been tapping on for a very long time, deciding whether or not to open. 7.1. The sounds inside my floor. If this does end up on YouTube, I already know what your setup looks like. You might be in your car right now, parked under some sodium lights behind a grocery store, phone propped up on the dash, this playing through your crappy Bluetooth. You might be lying in bed with one earbud in, facing the wall because the other side of the room feels too empty. Maybe you are standing at your kitchen sink in some apartment or little house, hands in dishwater, letting this run as background noise so you do not have to think about the stuff you are not dealing with, wherever you are. I want you to do something that no therapist has ever told me to do. I want you to think about what is under your floor, not the cute answer, not storage lockers or my downstairs neighbor or the parking garage. I mean, really under it, past the drywall and the insulation and the concrete slab, down where you never picture yourself standing, because that is all I do now. While I am typing this, my entire world is a cheap first-floor apartment glued to the back of a strip mall. If the guy reading this out loud gets the details right, you can probably see it. I am at the little fake wood table that came with the place, the kind where one leg always wobbles no matter how much cardboard you jam under it. My old laptop is open in front of me, fan whining a little. The screen reflected in the dark flat of the TV across the room. To my left, the fridge hums, the compressor kicking on and off in lazy cycles. Every time it starts, it adds a low note to the room, just enough to make the glass in the cabinets buzz for a second. The AC unit in the wall coughs every few minutes and rattles like it swallowed a quarter sometime in the 90s and never gave it back. Outside the sliding door, beyond the crooked blinds, highway noise is a constant backdrop, the distant hiss of tires on asphalt. There is a Walmart sign glowing blue over everything. And every time someone lets their bass thump too hard in the parking lot, it comes through my walls as a dull, punching beat. In the apartment above me, somebody slams a cabinet, a kid laughs, a door closes hard enough to shake a bit of drywall dust loose. Those are the sounds you are supposed to hear in a place like this. That is the normal soundtrack. The problem is not the noises I can point to. It is the ones that live between them, right now, as I type. There is another sound. It is easy to miss because it does not care about drawing attention. It just sits there, steady and patient. Tick, tick, tick. If you were here, you might mistake it for a clock. Except I do not own a clock, not one that ticks. Anyway, my stove has a digital readout. My microwave beeps. My phone glows. Nothing in this apartment should be making that old-fashioned mechanical sound. It is not coming from the walls either. When I lean in and really listen, when I let the fridge and the AC and the highway fade into background, I can feel the little clicks more than I hear them. They are under my feet. Sometimes they are faint, like someone tapping a fingernail on metal 3 floors down. Sometimes they are sharp enough that the cheap glass of the water on my table ripples, just slightly, the surface shivering. Then, every so often, the rhythm changes. 3 knocks, not little ticks, not polite. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Deep enough that the legs of the table buzz against the laminate. Deep enough that the wood of the chair under me gives a little sympathetic creak. deep enough that the words on the screen blur for a second as my injured arm tenses up on reflex. The first time it did that while I was trying to write this email. I stopped typing and just sat there with my hands hovering over the keys, waiting for it to come again. It didn't. Not right away. Instead, the ticking picked up again. A slow, steady metronome under the plink of the fridge, under the AC, under my own heartbeat. The bathroom is worse. Those cracks I told you about, the one between the tiles that drank the dirty mop water, the one that felt warm if I stood on it too long, they have been busy. Every day when I limp in there to brush my teeth or peel off the bandages and carefully wash around the burns, I see some new change. The line is wider, the edges a little less like ceramic, and a little more like something else darker, crumbly. The color of old asphalt in summer. The grout around it, the part that used to be just gray and stained, has gone the color of something singed. Not full black, but that brownish, blistered tone you get on plastic when it has been held too close to a lighter. If I press my palm flat over the crack now, the warmth is immediate. It seeps into my hand, up my arm, into the ruined nerves. There is a tiny, constant hiss under it, like air being pulled steadily through a small opening. If I lean down, if I am stupid enough to put my ear near the tile, I can hear it better. Breath. It sounds so much like the wind pulling through the mine tunnels that if I close my eyes, I am back there, tasting sulfur, feeling the heat under my ribs. That is the bathroom. The bedroom came later, one night, around 3. I dropped something small beside the bed, a pen, a receipt. I do not even remember now. I got down on one knee to feel around for it in the dust bunnies. My burned cheek pressed almost to the carpet. The smell of old fabric and spilled coffee and whatever cheap cleaner the management uses clogged my nose. My fingers found the pen. Then they found the crack. This one was thinner, newer. Just a hairline gap in the concrete under the carpet, right where the bed frame's front leg pressed down. If I pressed my fingertips into the carpet over it, the floor felt not soft, exactly, just less solid, like a plank with a hollow space under it. That would be bad enough on its own. It is worse when I am lying in bed and the apartment is quiet, and I can hear the air moving through that line. It is the faintest of sounds, a dry whisper that syncs up with the rhythm under the bathroom tile and the ticks in the kitchen. I have started sleeping with a pillow pressed against my ears, which does nothing for the feeling that the mattress itself is being warmed from below. I learned the hard way not to put my bare hand on the tile for too long. This was a couple nights ago. I had the brilliant idea that maybe if I could feel the vibrations better, I could convince myself it really was just the plumbing. So I knelt in the bathroom, put my good hand flat over the widened crack, and left it there. At first, it was just heat soaking into my skin, the way a heating pad does. Then the temperature crept up, another few degrees, then a few more. Pain chased it. It was not the savage bite of direct flame, more like the slow, relentless burn of a hot steering wheel you do not realize is too hot until you have been holding it for a full minute. By the time my brain got through the fog and decided this was a stupid experiment, my palm did not want to let go. The tile felt tacky, not sticky like syrup. Sticky like a layer of melted tar lay just under the surface. When I finally yanked my hand up, there was a sick little stretch, like lifting a sticker off glass. A thin, translucent film stayed behind on the tile, faintly pink, edges curling. My palm looked like someone had pressed a design into it and then smeared it. I watched. breath shallow, as the patch on the floor darkened and sank back into the crack. The smell of burned skin and cleaner rose up together, a chemical, human mix that made my eyes water. The next day, the floor looked like it always does, ugly, cracked, unremarkable. But for hours, my palm was crisscrossed with faint, red lines, following the same crooked path as the fracture between the tiles. They faded, like the ones the stone printed into my hand in the hospital. I told myself I would call the landlord. I did not. Instead, I went to the bedroom, to the nightstand drawer where the motel washcloth lay folded around the weight that had followed me out of Ashfield, across state lines, through antiseptic hallways. The rock was warm through the cloth when I picked it up. It always is. I carried it carefully, like it might break through and scorch my fingers, into the bathroom. The light in there buzzed overhead. My reflection in the mirror looked like someone else, red marks on my face, tired eyes, beard grown in patchier than it used to. I didn't look at him. I knelt and set the stone down directly over the widest part of the crack. For a second, nothing happened. It just sat there, an unremarkable black lump on cheap tile. Then the room changed. The air seemed to pull inward, like someone had opened a door to a much larger space in the next room over. The tiny crackle that always lived under the stone's surface got louder, threads of sound twisting together in the half-lit bathroom. Its fractures woke up. Thin lines of red bled out along the webs in its surface, just enough to outline them. It was not a flashlight beam. It was the dull glow you see in coal that looks black until you stare at it long enough to realize it is still burning inside. The tile under it made a soft, unpleasant noise, somewhere between a hiss and a sigh. Out in the kitchen, the ticking under the floor stopped. Not faded, not masked, stopped. The apartment held its breath. No more phantom clock in the linoleum. No more polite knocks in the wall. Just the hum of the fridge, the distant rush of cars, my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. For a moment, I thought maybe this is good. Maybe this is what it wanted. Give it back a piece and it calms down. Then, from directly under the bathroom floor, deeper than the pipes, deeper than the crawl space this building does not even have, came a sound I recognized far too well. A breath. Long, slow, dry. Pulled through spaces that were not designed for air to move through. It was not all around me. It was under me. Something down there, under the concrete and the rebar and whatever else holds this slab together, had just leaned up, pressed its face against the underside of my life, and exhaled. Or maybe it inhaled. Either way, as the last of that drawn-out sigh faded into the hiss of the AC, I knew one thing clearly: it had stopped knocking, not because it had gone away, but because now it knew exactly where I was. 7.2. Sending this story down the line. You probably figured it out by now, but I'll say it straight. This is not the first time I have tried to tell this story. I told a version to the cops. You heard that part. They wrote down trespassing, structural failure, no body recovered due to extreme heat. The guy from the state board nodded along and circled words like unsafe and illegally entered restricted site. Nobody circled there is something walking around down there made of bone and rebar that knows my name. I told a softer version to the hospital shrink. I said, I heard something in the fire. I said, it called my name. He wrote auditory hallucinations, trauma response, survivor's guilt, and gave me breathing exercises. He did not give me anything for when the smoke detector chirped once at 3 a.m. and the bed shook like someone knocked from underneath. I even tried telling it to one of the guys on my route once, after a couple beers in some half-lit bar off I-70. You know the type, neon beer signs, peanut shells on the floor, regulars all watching the same game like their lives depend on it. I got as far as, "We went to this old mine fire town," and he laughed, clapped me on the shoulder, and said, "Damn, man, that sounds like a Mr. Balin episode," and ordered another round. He wanted a spooky story, something safely on the other side of a screen. I wanted to hand him a burning rock and say, "Hold this for a while. See if you can sleep." So that's how I ended up here, at this table, in this apartment, with my half-healed arm tingling and the floor ticking under my chair like the world's slowest bomb. Writing this to a horror channel. I have listened to you for years, long before Ashfield, long before I knew what coal fire smells like when it is chewing on human bone. I would queue up a playlist on my phone at the start of a night run, strange, dark, and mysterious, delivered in story format, or whatever flavor the algorithm served that week, and let your voice fill the cab. There's a thing that happens at 3 a.m. when you're parked in the back corner of a truck stop, with every other rig around you humming like sleeping animals. The dome light is off, the dash lights are dim, and the only glow in the whole truck is your phone screen propped in the cup holder outside. Sodium lamps burn the concrete a permanent dirty orange. In those moments, the narrator's voice doesn't feel like it's on your phone. It feels like it's in the air with you, in the dark corners above the visor, in the space between the seats. It leaks into the fabric of the seat cushions and the scratches in the plastic. It gives shape to the darkness, so it's not just empty. I used to like that feeling. I liked the idea that while I was the only person awake for miles in any direction, someone else was awake somewhere, reading some poor bastard's worst night of their life into a microphone. I liked knowing there were thousands of us listening, scattered across apartments and cars and offices and warehouses, all carrying the same image in our heads for 20 minutes at a time. Now I think about that a lot differently. Sound doesn't just go out and disappear. It hits things. It rattles drywall and window glass. It moves the air in the little gap under your bedroom door. It gets into places light doesn't. If something can ride heat and pressure up through a mine shaft, if it can ride a knock through concrete and rebar and cheap tile, why couldn't it ride a voice? You're probably rolling your eyes right now, or at least smirking. Sure, man. Cursed MP3s, I get it. I used to laugh at those stories too. The ones about the haunted VHS tape, the song that makes you see things if you listen on repeat, the podcast that kills you if you fall asleep with your headphones in. But hear me out. When I got home from the hospital, I tried going cold turkey. No horror content, no ghost stories, just sports radio, daytime TV, and the white noise of appliances. It didn't help. The knocks didn't go away. The sulfur smell didn't fade. The crack in the bathroom didn't get smaller. If anything, the silence felt like it made more room for the other sounds. So I started listening again. Not because I wanted the stories, but because I wanted a buffer. A layer of someone else's nightmare between me and mine. What I noticed, lying there on my couch with my arm bandaged and my apartment dim, is that your voice behaves just like all the other noises in here. It bounces. It reflects. It crawls into things. I'd pause an episode to go refill my glass, and for a second after hitting the button, the room would still feel full. I'd catch myself looking toward the hallway when you described footsteps, as if they were happening in my space, not the stories. And some nights this could be my imagination. I know that I'd swear the 3 knocks in my walls and floor came a little closer to the surface when the narration got to a part about tapping, or cellars, or someone trapped below something heavy, like it was listening, too. That's when this idea started to feel less like confession and more like ritual. If I keep this thing in my head, if I never say it out loud to anyone who will actually carry it all the way through, then it just loops here, in my body, in my floor, in the rock in my drawer. It paces around under me, counting cracks and waiting for a good time to push. If I put it in your inbox, and you put it in your mic, and your signal goes up into the cloud and comes down in 1,000 little apartments and cars and basements, what happens then? Maybe nothing. Maybe it's just another weird story your subscribers listen to on their way to work, or while they clean their kitchen. Maybe they forget my name the second the video ends and let autoplay feed them the next cursed town, the next missing person, the next thing with too many teeth. Or maybe, just maybe, the thing under me stops being under just me. Maybe when your voice hits their speakers and headphones, when the part of the story comes where you read the knocks, something in the concrete under their treadmill or their couch or their crib shifts a little. Maybe a hairline crack in their bathroom tile feels a breath move through it for the first time. Maybe when you say my name, the way that thing said it to me, it realizes it can say someone else's. I am not going to lie to you and say I am sending this out as a public service. I am not that noble. I am tired. I am tired of counting the seconds between the ticks in my floorboards and trying to guess when they might line up with something worse. I am tired of waking up at 3 a.m, convinced my mattress is warmer than it should be. I am tired of avoiding every storm drain and manhole cover on my route, because I am half sure a hand made of burned bone is going to reach up and tap 3 times on the underside of my boot. I want it out of my house. I want to smear this story across a server farm somewhere. Let it seep into fiber optic cable and satellite dishes. I want to atomize it into data and see if the curse that came up out of Ashfield likes broadband. If that makes me a coward, fine. Put that in your video title. Delivery driver tries to dump mine fire curse on my audience. Thumbnail practically makes itself. You should know, as I am typing this part. The room is changing again. I'm not embellishing that for effect. If anything, I am underselling it because I do not have words for all of it. The overhead light in the kitchen has been dying for weeks, flickering at random like a nervous twitch. Right now, it has dimmed down to this dull, buzzing amber, like the sodium lamps outside crawled in and took over the bulb. The corners of the room are darker than they were when I started this sentence. Shadows thickening around the fridge and the stove. My laptop is hotter than it has any right to be. The fan has kicked into overdrive, a high, constant whine, like it's struggling to push air through something that doesn't want to let air pass. The bottom of the casing is almost too warm against my healed thigh. Every time I hit a key, for just a fraction of a second, I swear the plastic feels soft. Under the table, under the chair. The floor is warming up in that slow, insidious way I learned to hate in Ashfield. Not a sudden blast, not a heater turning on, just a steady climb from cool to lukewarm to am I imagining this in the span of a paragraph. I told you earlier the asphalt in that town looked solid until it started to sweat. The laminate under my bare feet feels fine, fine-ish. But the longer I sit here, the more I recognize that subtle wrongness, The air just above the floor is a degree or two hotter. The tick, tick, tick that's been my unwanted metronome all week has sped up. Just a little. As if my typing is turning the dial. Every word I send through this keyboard. Every line I push through the cable in the wall and out into whatever digital highway this channel uses feels like sliding another shovel of coal into something's mouth. By the time he reads this out loud, yeah, you, the guy with the mic and the editing software, this won't just be mine anymore. It'll be in your room, too. In your walls. In your floor. And if the people listening are paying attention to what is under their feet while you say it, they might hear what I hear right now, just knocking, breathing. 7.3, the last 3 knocks you might hear. 2 right now, while whoever runs this channel is reading these words out loud into a mic. I am still sitting at the same wobbly table in the same cheap apartment, with the same strip mall glowing outside my window, like a low-budget sunrise that never moves. And the air in here smells like the mine. It did not start that way. When I sat down to write tonight, the place smelled like all first-floor rentals behind a shopping center old carpet. Cleaning chemicals, a ghost of fryer oil from the Chinese place 2 doors down, the usual. Somewhere around the part where I started talking about sending this story down the line. Something underneath all that climbed up, sulfur, not the faint. Someone left the burner on kind, thick, chalky. The taste of it sits on the back of my tongue like a pill that will not go down. Every breath feels like pulling air through a match head. My eyes burn. That could be the lack of sleep. Could be the off-brand detergent I used on my hoodie. But I have been in enough places with bad soap and cheap air freshener to know the difference. This is coal fire, thinned out by drywall and cheap paint, but still itself. The smoke detector in the hallway started complaining about 5 minutes ago. It began with a single, sharp beep that made me jump hard enough to rattle the keys under my fingers. That happens sometimes when the battery gets low. You get that random chirp in the middle of the night, and you drag a chair over and swear at it. This did not stay random. Beep, 2 seconds. Beep, 2 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. Steady, shrill, the sound eating the room. My monitor cables shivered with every pulse. The laptop fan kicked harder, whining to keep up with the sudden, imaginary heat it thought it was sensing. I pushed back from the table, my chair scraping the laminate. My burned arm protested the movement, a dull, familiar ache flaring over the fresh new itch that has never really gone away. Okay, I muttered, more to myself than to the plastic disc. I get it. I stepped into the hallway. The detector was a yellowed puck on the ceiling, screwed into drywall that had seen better decades. The little test light was blinking red in tempo with the noise. I reached up with my good hand, ready to pop the cover and yank the battery just to shut it up. Before I could touch it, the beeping cut off mid-scream. The hallway dropped into a silence so sudden I heard the blood in my ears. The red light stayed on, solid. If you have ever been in a building when they test the fire alarms, you know there is a rhythm to it. Noise, pause, all clear. Humans have procedures. Systems have patterns. This felt less like a test and more like someone putting a finger to their lips. I stood there a second, hand still half raised, waiting to see if it would start again. It didn't. The only sound was the AC unit wheezing in the living room and the faint buzz of the fridge. Then I realized the floor under my bare feet was warmer than it had been when I stood up. Not much. Not the sudden, brutal jump of standing on a sun-baked sidewalk. Just a slow, deliberate creep up the scale toward uncomfortable. I backed up into the kitchen. The laptop sat on the table, cursor blinking at the end of the last sentence I'd written. Patient as a heartbeat. The screen glow painted the room in that bluish cast that makes everything look flatter and more unreal. The air had a haze to it now, not visible smoke, nothing thick enough to see when I waved my hand through it. But my eyes watered and my throat scratched like I'd stood over a bonfire too long. Every inhale brought more sulfur, more hot drywall, more of that scorched metal tang. The ceiling light flickered. Just once. At first, a little dip and surge, like a power blip. The kind that makes you glance up and go, well, that's not great. And then forget about it if it doesn't happen again. Then it did it again and again. The room didn't go fully dark. The bulb just stuttered between its usual tired glow and something dimmer, more orange. For a few seconds at a time, everything looked like it did in Ashfield edges softer, shadows thicker. The corners of the room stretched a little too long. I left the chair and walked to the bathroom. It felt like the right place to check, even though there was no right place in this kind of situation. The tile was where it had started. The crack was where everything had been leaning. The bathroom light fought with the kitchen's flicker, the two styles of fluorescence arguing in the doorway. My reflection in the mirror looked wrong in both. Too pale, too red. Too much of someone who spends a lot of time listening for things other people cannot hear. I looked away. The crack between the tiles was dark as a shut eye. I crouched, joints complaining, and extended my good hand. The scars on my palm blushed and tightened even before I made contact, like they recognized what I was about to do. My fingertips hovered an inch above the grout line. The heat rolled off it in slow waves. I lowered my hand until my palm rested flat. It was like putting my hand on the top of a running engine. Not the parts that will sear you instantly if you touch them. Those were deeper, but the hood after a long drive. Too hot for comfort. Hot enough to feel like something inside is still working, still turning, long after it should be allowed to stop. I held it there, counting. 1, 2, 3. The knocks came up from under my hand. Not tick this time. Not the polite knocking I'd grown used to, as insane as that sounds. These were hits, blunt, heavy, close, thud. The impact jumped straight through the tile into the bones of my palm, up my arm, into my shoulder. It felt like someone had slammed a hammer into the underside of the slab. Thud. The second blow was slightly to the left. I felt the shockwave ring through the metal plumbing in the wall. A dull, hollow shiver. A hairline crack darted another half-inch across the tile as I watched, like a vein extending toward my toes. Thud. The third hit almost knocked my hand off the floor. My knuckles rattled together. Something deep in my wrist clicked, a tendon snapping over bone. If you have ever stood too close to subwoofers at a concert and felt the bass line punch through your chest, you know a little of that feeling. Your body becomes a tuning fork for something louder than you. Those 3 knocks were not trying to get my attention. They were letting me know that I had theirs. I jerked my hand back. The skin of my palm was flushed, angry. Not blistered yet, but that could change. The heat lingered even after I broke contact, as if the tile had left a ghost of itself on me. That was when the voice started. I say voice, singular, but like the thing in the fire. It came in layers. At least 2, maybe 3 threads braided together, all trying to say the same words at slightly different times. I do not know if it spoke out loud or just inside my skull. The room felt both too full and too empty at once, like every corner had ears and none of them were mine. It was Kyle's voice on top, the same drawl, the same tone he used when he was about to suggest something stupid, the same way he'd say, "Dude," like it contained 1,000 bad ideas. Only this version of him sounded like he was speaking through his own ruined lungs. There was a crackle baked into every syllable, a tearing sound underneath, like something in his throat had been burned and fused and forced back into use anyway. "We're not under Ashfield anymore," he said. The word "we're" came out scorched. The ER dragged through cinders. I spun around, half expecting to see him standing in the doorway, soaked in ash, jeans smoking, skeleton thing looming behind him like a shadow that had finally found its owner. The bathroom was empty. The voice did not need a body. "We're under you," it said. "On you." The floor under both my feet pulsed with heat, a slow heartbeat from below. Answering the words, my scars crawled, the rock in the nightstand drawer in the other room. Closed made a tiny, distant ticking sound, polite as a spoon against a glass. I could tell there was another voice layered under Kyle's, a lower one, older, carrying a sense of depth that had nothing to do with pitch. It was like the difference between someone saying your name in a bar and someone saying it at the bottom of a well. They were using his shape to talk to me. That is the only way I can explain it. "We," the voices said together, overlapping, not bothering to sync perfectly anymore. "We are under you, not I. Not the single thing we saw standing in that pocket of hell. Plural." I backed out of the bathroom, breath shallow, heartbeat trying to match the knocks it remembered. The hallway felt shorter than it had on the way in. The smoke detector stared down at me with its little solid red eye. Quiet now, like it had done its job and warned me enough. The living room was a different room than the one I had left. The light from outside had shifted slightly, the Walmart glow a little dimmer, as if something between here and the parking lot had thickened. The shadows under my couch, under the TV stand, under the table where my laptop waited, looked heavier, as if gravity had more of a grip on them. The cursor on the laptop blinked, still expecting me to finish my sentence. I sat down. My chair creaked. The floor under it radiated a low, even warmth up through the legs when I put my feet flat. My soles protested, like stepping onto a car hood that has been idling just a bit too long. If the guy on this channel did not cut the audio at any point in what I just told you, then by the time you are hearing it, so is whatever is under me. If you heard anything in the background, while he was talking, anything that was not the room he recorded in, not his chair or his mic stand or his dog shifting in the hallway, if you thought. For just a second, did something just tap under my couch? You should probably listen to that. I am not saying you will. Most people won't. Most people will finish this video, scroll to the comments, type "good story, man," had me hooked, and then let autoplay feed them a haunted doll or a man in the woods or some cult in Nebraska. They will turn the volume down when they go to bed and let their fridge hum them to sleep. But a few of you are not going to stop thinking about what is under your floor. A few of you are going to lie there tonight with the TV finally off, with the glow of your phone blacked out on the nightstand, listening to the quiet in your room and realizing it is not actually quiet. You are going to notice the way the building ticks as it cools, the way the pipes in the wall knock, the way the heat ducts breathe. You're going to hear something that could be explained and still feel in your bones, that it is knocking exactly 3 times. If you ever hear 3 knocks and there's nothing on the other side of the door, remember some doors are under our feet. Right now, as I hit send on this email, the floor just got hotter again. I'm not going to open the door and run, because this isn't about the town anymore. The fire is wherever you are listening.